just an unhappy creature. Not necessarily angry, just unhappy.
Welcome back to this week's... episode. Sorry, just jumping between things. So let's have a look and see what's going on as we jump into this week's game. All right. For some reason my D&D to be on stopped working. 1 second.
No worries.
I probably won't get higher than a 20 anyway. What happened just then?
Alright, let's see. That 20 from Dorian, kind of peeking over the cart, you see these pretty gnarly looking creatures. One of them starts to kind of step out a little bit from the rocks. Its back is turned to you. You can kind of catch a couple of other ones wandering around. They're just looking, making groaning noises, grunting. They all kind of look at each other and we go, and then they continue to walk. They don't seem to have noticed the cart or paid any attention to you all coming in, but they seem to just be kind of walking around, circling this pillar in an odd way.
Dorian would sort of point towards that area then and sort of do the weird things, like mouth the word weird things.
Aggressive things? Should we be prepared for a fight?
Guarding? They look like they're guarding something. Maybe on the lookout.
Okay. They look like creatures.
They look like some sort of animal, maybe a little fiendish. They have this green skin that just kind of seems to sag everywhere. They have one of those just big like neck chins that are just hanging and swaying down with every turn of the head. It has almost like a pig-like snout, but instead of having a nose, it kind of has a Voldemort thing where it's cut off and it's just kind of a flat nose with nostrils. I'll say people can give me a history, religion, or history, religion check to see if you know of these creatures. Carver and Dorian. Carver, they seem it's so close. It's right on the tip of your tongue. Dorian, you would know that these are the lowest level of fiends. But did I actually mess up with... I may have. It's kind of weird though. Most of the fiends that you have been messing around with are devils. These ones are of demon class.
Kill or sneak?
Do they look like they're hanging around this pole thing in the middle? This maybe we can sort of send them one way and run the other way if we want, or sneak also works. Maybe I've got some like ball bearings. I can maybe chuck some ball bearings in a direction.
Yeah, chuck the ball bearings and I can make a faint musical note as they drop as well.
So we sort of, how far can I throw some ball bearings?
I'll say, like, you can give me an athletics check to see exactly how far, but an estimate, like, if you were to take 10 on it, you could, let's say, like, you were out at the cart on this square, and if you wanted to toss them out this way, it could be the other way. You could easily get them tossed out, like, a good 10 feet, and they'll roll out a little bit more. With a good athletics check, though, you could probably get them chucked out to, like, 30 feet.
So
Or roll out to 30 feet.
Jump out of the cart on this side and sort of sneak up to the side behind this area, if I can sneak there, and then try to throw them out over here and see if they sort of run off or they stay around this pylon.
Yeah, for sure. As you are walking and just trying to take careful steps, they don't seem to notice you. Even without a stealth check, their perception seems to be pretty non-existent. Go ahead and give me your athletics check.
Well, just sort of look back and go, like, pointing to the other direction and just saying, do you want to go that way? To the rest of the guys.
Well, I have to be pretty close to do the spell.
Okay, then let's see. I will, yeah, I'll throw them out as far as I can in sort of this other direction.
Okay, yeah. Give me an athletics check and we'll see how far they make it out. And as you're doing that athletics check, Dorian, you're preparing your spell. Ooh.
I have a +8 to athletics, but I still managed to get one on it.
So yeah, it kind of, you toss, open up the bag holding and try to throw out some balls, and you know, a good amount do make it out, and they get out about 10 feet, and they start to, like, 2 of them roll to about 15 feet. There's just kind of this big clump of metal balls on this ground. As they hit the ground, though, Dorian, you cast your spell, and with each little pitter-patter, they make different little ding, 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 ding noises. Carver, your chime stone, kind of pipes up and makes some chime noises as well. As that's going on, kind of in a call and response, all of the Dretch's attention kind of snap to it, and they seem to be like they're gonna walk over in that direction. Ew.
Go the opposite direction. Carver pointed.
Just checking that my mic, you can hear me properly now?
A little bit louder there, yeah. At least for me.
Cool. Yeah, so I'll then run and jump back sort of into the cart and out of the cart again if I can. Onto the other side.
As you're doing that, nah, they're pretty distracted. I guess I could, if you want, you can roll me a stealth check if you want to be stealthy doing it, or you can just kind of try to run through getting away.
Run and jump over, but then I'll try to sort of make sure I'm hidden behind the back of the cart as I walk away.
Okay.
So I can do stealth if you want me to.
Yeah. Okay. You make a little tiny bit of noise just because the cart rocks a bit, but the Dretches are pretty drawn in on those ball bearings as the party starts to curve around and walk the other way. As you all are starting to go and walk, on this stone pillar, you notice there are a handful of these almost hermit crab looking things. I think I'll actually go ahead and on the very far right hand side of the map, I just opened up a drawing of the hermit crabs that you see. They have these pink shells, and they have like opals inlaid into the shell itself. Their body is blue, and they have these green, almost kind of slug-like eyes. And there's about like 4 or 5 of them kind of hanging out on different parts of this center pole. They seem to be about a foot taller than what the Dretch's height is, and they seem to be kind of shaking and scared.
Anyone got an idea on what to do?
I mean, are they scared because they've seen us, or are they scared of those other things?
I mean, I could try and grab them with Mage Hand as we're moving around.
Not a bad idea.
Fuck it. He's gonna start using Mage Hand to slowly pick one up and bring it towards the group.
Okay. Testing out Mage Hand, it starts to float out, and the spectral hand. Are you trying to like pick it up or hold out the hand for it to try to climb onto?
Probably just show that I'm not trying to be aggressive. Probably show it like next to it, like just come on, climb on.
Give me an animal handling check.
That's better than what I thought it was going to be.
Just seems to be kind of timid and scared, and it takes a few scuttles back, a little further up on the pole, and kind of holds out one of its pincers and tries to pinch at the hand, but it just kind of goes through it, and it looks a little even more afraid from it now.
Oh, fuck this noise. I'm going to just grab it.
Okay.
Just before you do, then I'll try to throw some more ball bearings further across to get these things further away.
Okay.
From this other side of the cart, if I can.
Yeah. Give me another athletics check.
Not great, but a bit better.
Oh yeah, you're able to toss those out. You're able to clear the cart, and they kind of land on this square right past the lever and start to kind of roll off in this direction a little bit. The Dretches just staring down at these other ball bearings going, "Argh." They hear that clatter, they look up real quick, and the one in the middle kind of runs up towards it. But you see that it has a pretty slow run speed. That's as far as it can make it. The other ones seem to be a little surprised and almost scared by the sudden noise, and look at each other making discontented groans. But you're able to kind of just snatch this creature up really quick. It just tucks away into its shell a bit as the mage hand picks it up off of the stone pillar.
I'd give it a Jade.
Hello, little guy.
It stays in its shell a little bit, but kind of peeks out. Its little slug eye, one of them pops out and looks up at you.
I assume we're moving, right? We continue moving.
Yeah, I'll send them the other way. Should we grab another one of those things, or one's enough?
As we're moving, I activate Speak with Animals and just ask,
For sure.
What's got you so scared, little guy?
It seems a little surprised at first, hearing and understanding your voice, but it gently answers, "Well, I was minding my own business, and then these these creatures kept taking our opals and killing us. There's a big one. He's going to our nest right now. Help us. Help us.
So,
Nice.
those are just children. This is not the Papa Demon. The Papa Demon is somewhere farther up ahead.
Then let's save the children as much as we can, then we go and save the dad. No, not the dad. That's the children fucking demons.
Yeah.
We need to save the fucking crabs more. Dorian's not that smart. He's got a 14 intelligence, he's not that smart.
Should we deal with these ones then as well?
Can do. They don't seem to run fast.
Don't seem to think fast either.
Take out my short bow.
Blaze is getting ready to
Blaze?
attack too.
At the same time? The one closest to us?
Mm-hmm. Well, which one is the one closest to us?
I think
This one?
Yeah, that one. Let's go.
Okay.
You should be within 80 feet of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you all are going to get ready to let out a flurry of attacks, they are completely unaware of your position, so it'll be a full surprise round, but let's go ahead and just get initiative going. But you all will have your surprise round. Is the turn order currently empty for you all?
It was, yeah, for me.
Boys.
Very nice. Alrighty. Well, Blaze, you get to start us off. Well, I mean, all of you kind of get to go at once since it's surprise round, and you all rolled before the dretchers anyways. So yeah, what do you do, Blaze?
So first is surprise round. I'm gonna just shoot it with my longbow. The middle one.
Cool. Oh yeah, that smacks into this creature.
I have advantage, but you know, didn't really need it. Oh, sorry. Ignore the 4. It's just 9 damage.
Gotcha. Yeah, this
I
arrow
haven't
smacks
accumulated.
into it. Alrighty. Anything else?
Well, I was assuming that we only get one attack in a surprise round.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes. Dorian.
Okay, I'm going to use Eldritch Blast. Because that does 2 shots as one thing, will I only get 1?
Oh boy, that is a question. For right now, we'll just say both go through just for ease of use, but I will think on that a little bit more to give a more definitive answer.
Okay, I'm okay with just doing 1.
Okay.
Just to keep it, like, consistent.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Oh shit, I was aiming at the back one.
Back one, okay. It does hit. Very nice. 10 force damage blasts onto this creature. It almost knocks it backwards, but then it just kind of seems to rock itself back up to its proper position. Yeah, deal some good damage to it. Carver.
So I shot off at the one that Blaze shot off at as well. For some reason there's a delay. What's going on?
All good. Roll 20 can be a little slow sometimes.
So the first one, just 17, 5 points of damage.
Nice. This creature is it bloodied? It's almost bloodied. It's practically there. The one in the middle, after taking 2 shots from an arrow or from different bows, kind of leans back and goes. Jade.
I'm absolutely useless at range. Can I just give help action to Blaze?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, so he has advantage on his next attack or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Great. So that's okay.
All right.
Thank you.
The Dretch will turn around and let another grunt out, and we circle back around. The surprise round is now over. Blaze, what do you do? Jade is helping you along, pointing out a nice little weak spot on one of these stretches for you.
Can I decide which action I want to use that advantage on?
Sure. Why not?
Because the thingies haven't actually done anything yet. They haven't gone yet because we surprised them. I already get advantage on my first attack anyway.
Very fair. Yeah, I'll say on that second attack.
Thank you. So I'll shoot the middle one, the one that's bloody again.
Cool.
First attack.
Yeah. Very nice. This thing is barely alive.
Well, if it's still alive, then I'll shoot again, and now I'm gonna use the advantage that I got.
For sure. As this first arrow smacks into this creature, hitting a pretty major artery, Jade, you kind of spot a vein pulsing and you point for Blaze to shoot another, a little bit lower, but in that same vein. And Blaze, you do with that 21 as this next arrow goes in, dealing plenty of damage to finish this creature off.
Thanks for your help, Jade.
No worries, mate.
Anything else, Blaze? Or Peanuts?
Well, I mean, I might move a bit, actually. I think I'm gonna move over there.
Okay. I'll say as well, as you... there's not a whole lot you can see over in this direction. There is a natural-looking spring over off on the right. There's another one of those big stone pillars acting as a support in this massive cavernous room. Also, I kind of forgot to say, these are some pretty big, tall rocks, almost like massive stalagmites, the ones that grow from the ground. I always get them confused. They're pretty big and massive, kind of look like Arizona rocks. They're all, the smallest one's probably about like 10 feet tall out of these. And then there's like smaller iron ore looking chunks over here. And you getting a little bit closer to this direction, Blaze, you can hear the sound of chains dragging across the floor, even louder now. But if that is end of turn, we are to Dorian.
Old Faithful, Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast.
At the same one I was shooting at before.
Very cool. Oh yeah. The creature is alive with 1 hit point.
Oh, hell no. No, that one's gonna die. I'm gonna actually waste a Tentacle of the Deeps to drop it right in front of it.
Okay, very nice. Let me grab that token real quick.
Don't want anyone to steal that kill.
Unless I don't hit with the Tentacle, then it's all yours.
This square good or a different one?
Yeah, no, that's perfect.
Oh, cool.
Alright, Tentacle of the Deep.
Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. The tentacle emerges from the ground and unfurls itself, slapping out like a whip and then kind of furling back in on itself. And that's plenty to just freeze this creature to death. It does look like, though, this natural leathery skin does absorb some of that cold damage.
The big tentacle like came out and it just went into like a flick motion. So it's like flicked it on his nose.
Yeah. Spreads the cold throughout it, starting at the nose. I love it. Alrighty. Anything else, Dorian?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Carver, we are to you.
Okay. Just a question. Did I, when we were taking the cart down, I have in my head that I drank one of the fire breath potions, like, but I don't think, no. I don't know whether I did.
I don't remember you drinking a
I
fire
didn't.
breath.
That's fine. I saw it on my list and I was like, did I? I think I was going to, and then Jade managed to do the amazing thing. All right. I will then step so that I have sight, so down to sort of this direction. Is that pylon in the way, right?
It'll be a little bit in the way, yeah. Honestly, either spot from where it's currently standing, it's gonna have a little bit of cover.
Oh, there's not much I can do, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right, then I'll... Are there still some of these creatures on this pylon? Did we get all of them?
Dorian said he was picking up a few. There's probably like 1 or 2 that are left on it.
I'll come over and I'll pick one up and pop it on my shoulder, on the opposite shoulder to the little...
Yeah. As you
name
reach
again?
your that's a great question.
Like... I don't know. What was it? Stony?
Stony sounds right. I know that was floating around to be its name.
Well, it was the name because I informed
Yeah.
everyone that that's the ship name of Tony Stark and
Stony. Yeah. I'll put it on the opposite shoulder to Stony and go, stay there.
Very nice. As you pick it up, it kind of hugs back into its shell, and you put it on its shoulder, and it kind of just peeks out a little bit. Stony makes some chime noises and waves its little hand at it. And the crab, it's a little timid right now, but we'll see.
And I'll take my rest of my movement to there. That's my turn.
Alrighty. Jade, we swivel back to you.
I'm going to walk here, and this time going to give help action to Dorian.
Okay. Jade is standing by and helping Dorian. You have advantage on an attack on your turn, Dorian. The Dretch, this one steps forward up to its fallen brethren, lets out a really sad cry, and then looks at the tentacle, and thinking that it's a creature, just lets out this 10-foot radius of this disgusting green gas that floats around it. Let me set up an aura real quick. Alrighty. It looks like that's a pretty stinky, poisonous gas that's coming out of this creature. It doesn't affect the tentacle, but the Dretch thinks that it is. That's its turn. This area is now also lightly obscured, which, if I remember correctly, I want to say that gives disadvantage. Oh, nope, you're fine for attacks. It's just disadvantage on perception checks for lightly obscured. So, all good there. Please, what should you do?
Gonna move a little bit backwards, and then I shoot the last one standing.
Alrighty. Oh yeah, that smacks into it. Alrighty, it takes that 12 points of damage, but it is still alive and kicking.
We'll try again.
Yep. It's definitely bloodied now, but has a little bit of health left.
That's alright, Dorian can finish it off.
Alright. Dorian, we are to you. Sorry, if you were done, please.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Alright.
Okay, I'm going to take that advantage. Look at Jade and thank him. As I turn round, gonna hit the staff on the ground to let a couple bolts of Eldritch Blast come out.
Alrighty.
Oof, thank God.
Nice. And that is enough to finish it off. Combat is cleared.
And technically one more has to come out, so there we go, it just fizzles off.
Nice. All right. Combat is cleared. And as this last stretch dies, the gas that it was letting out slowly starts to dissipate and fade away.
He mentioned a bigger demon. Hey, little one, do you remember what that scary thing looked like?
It's got like chains and it doesn't have a face. And the chains they move on their own.
It has chains that move on their own, and it doesn't have a face.
Is it just around the other side of this column?
Where is your nest, little one? Far from here?
The nest is further down that way. You gotta cross the spring first.
We have to cross the spring first. Further down.
Well, shall we?
Yep, let's get going.
And just sort of step around and try to be as quiet as possible to just see what's going on the other side as we move around. Sort of try to keep a an eye out what's going on ahead.
Okay.
Is it dark in here, or is it?
It is pretty dark in this area, but there is a faint purple light, dim light that's been glowing, kind of filling this area up. Which, actually, if do you want to be stealthy about it? If so, give me some stealth checks.
Peanuts knocking the rolls out of the
Yeah.
park tonight.
She's a shadow.
Yeah, everyone is being pretty damn stealthy right now. You notice there is a third pillar here. So we have this pillar, the one down here, and then the first one that you came into. There's this nice looking spring that seems to be steaming and letting off some good warmth. And is creating kind of a river that's flowing off elsewhere. There are these purple flowers that are what are giving off the light in this area. And there's also almost a sweet smell coming off of them. But further down this way is a almost human-looking person if it wasn't for their blood-red skin, as it looks like all of their capillaries and blood vessels have just popped and the blood is just flowing freely underneath of the skin. Behind this creature is chains that are almost, they seem to be living and moving on their own. They are like floating snakes in a way. He seems to be on a mission, walking down, and looks like he's getting ready to cross the river, but he hasn't noticed you yet. What do you do?
Panic, because I know what it is. I hate these things. We could try and hit it from afar and bring it closer to us. I mean, at the moment, if we bring it closer to us, we have this big open cavern behind us that we can lure it into. I'm going to look back at Jade and go, Jade, when we get to the next port, I'm going to try and find a magical tattooist for you to get you a cantrip that can shoot at range.
Thank you. No worries. I'm alright with helping you guys out.
Yeah, Carver, you're able to walk over there pretty quietly. The Chain Devil doesn't really notice you. But he does keep walking. And the chains keep following.
Okay. Blaze, up. Go up a bit. Then we're all going to pelt it.
All
Going
right.
to help out Dorian since Blaze.
Cool, cool. All right. If that is the case, let's go ahead and roll initiative again, and we're going to do a surprise round.
Fucking tens.
Oh yeah, does Peanut have to roll her own initiative now?
I'm good with keeping Peanut's initiative with your turn, or going on your turn if you are, Blaze.
Okay.
All right. Blaze, we will start off with you on this surprise round.
I shoot.
Alrighty. This creature is a humanoid, if that matters.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, 25 smacks into this creature. Some chains are kind of wrapped around its body, acting as its armor / clothing. But you find an open spot for this arrow to smack into, dealing some decent damage. Alrighty. Jade. Sorry. Technically, it's Dorian and Carver both have +3s, so you're really going at the same time, and then Jade would be going right after. But since you're all 10s, Jade, I'll say your help is going through here. Dorian, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna hit it once with my Eldritch Blast.
Hopefully.
$18 does hit. Very nice. Oops. Oh, my bad. One real quick correction. With Blaze's damage.
He's not humanoid.
He is humanoid, but if the arrow isn't silvered, it seems to only take half of that arrow's damage. It isn't a silvered arrow, right?
No.
Okay. But the Eldritch Blast goes through and deals its damage.
Is it? I always get confused with that because it says like non-magical attacks that aren't silvered.
Oh,
Does that mean
I'm
magical is called?
going over this last session. You're you're right. Yes. Hey, retcon. It takes full damage. Yes, you're right. Because if it's magical, it bypasses it still. Yes.
Man, D&D sucks.
That fine print really gets you. Semantics. All right, Carver. What do you do? Very nice. Oh, sadly though, 12 is not enough. As one of these chains behind it just kind of smacks the arrow down out from its flight and causes it to go off course.
It's alright, Carver, you're still new to this.
Also, just for a little bit of transparency, the chains themselves do have hit points. I feel it would be unfair to not tell that for people who are unaware of what this creature is. They do have an AC and they do have their own hit point pool. Alrighty. And Jade, you were helping.
Dorian.
Why does that song pop up? I don't. Spotify.
Leave it. It's so good.
I thought we were all gonna break out into a dance routine, like all the characters start clicking their fingers and like shooting
a
at.
Bollywood movie for a second.
Yeah.
And Jade, you were just helping Dorian, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that brings us to proper turn order now. Blaze, what do you do?
So how's that creepy chain dude looking?
He's taken some damage, but he's not bloodied yet.
I cast Hunter's Mark on him.
Alrighty, Hunter's Mark pops up.
And then I shoot.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
And again.
Ouchies. Yeah, that
Damn.
Hunter's Mark and humanoid damage. Whew. Sadly, the 13 though is not enough.
Those stupid chains got in the way.
Yeah, they kind of move up and deflect the arrow again. You swear one of them laughs at you even though it doesn't have a mouth. It's real odd.
I'm gonna move a bit closer.
Okay. Do you want Peanut to do anything, or should Peanut just sit there?
Peanut is gonna go where I used to be. So
Okay.
she's safe. I don't want her to go down.
Mm-hmm.
And as I'm moving forward, I would wait for anyone behind me to yell at me if I'm in their way. Hopefully they let me know, and if I am in their way, I'd pop to the side while I'm moving.
Good.
Okay. I mean, you might be. You might be in the way for. Yeah, that's fine. That's grand.
Alright.
Nice. Yeah, and being kind of tucked away there too, you kind of loses line of sight of the Chain Devil, or the Chain Devil loses line of sight of you, Blaze, kind of hiding up against those rocks as well. Speaking of which, this creature now fully pissed off starts screaming in Infernal. And it's not even really like proper words, it's just gibberish and screaming. It turns around and each animated chain to make. Okay, sorry, I'm just making sure I have the rules of the animated chains right before I do stuff with them. Alrighty, so the Chain Devil itself is going to move up. Oh. He moves, he will move some of these chains. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1. Alrighty, moving his chains up a bit, and moving himself up. Okay. All that he can really do on his turn right now is an unnerving mask. He kind of steps around the corner and tries to get Blaze into his line of sight, which is a little close, but I'll say he has it. Blaze, in front of you, this form starts to appear, like in this square right in front of you. It starts to shimmer, and then it starts to fully apparate itself. And standing in front of you is one of the people from your old home that you used to live in. One of the kids that just really like to mouth off to you is just standing in front of you and points and laughs at you and says, "Ha ha ha, you're stupid. Ha ha, you're lame. You got kicked out of your own home because you murdered your friend. Loser." Make a wisdom saving throw. You do it. You wisdomly save. Or you wisely save that. This thing's clearly an illusion, just trying to piss you off. It seems to have no effect other than being a slight annoyance to you. Dorian.
Right.
Clear to you, though.
I am going to bonus action cast Hex. On main dude.
Okay.
And I don't know what ability checks. I'm just going to do strength. Has disadvantage on strength ability checks.
Very cool.
Now I'm going to hit it twice with Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast, here it comes. Both of those will smack into it. Is wow, 29 points of damage. I think that's right. 14 and 15, yes. This creature is hurting pretty bad. It's not doing too hot.
Gonna move back, and that's my go.
Alrighty. Carver, what do you do?
Seeing these chains come up. Huh. I will run up, seeing that they're sort of starting to get around in the direction of Blaze, knowing that he needs a line of sight. So I'll get there and I'll sort of see if I can clear this one out with an attack.
Sounds good.
Against it. I will do that recklessly.
Oh yeah, you smack into this chain, almost breaking it in a single swipe, but it is still there. You snap off one of the chain links and it kind of splits in half. A couple of the other chains kind of just crumble and dissolve away, and then they fuse back together. It's a bit smaller now, but looks like you almost took it away in one swipe.
My second swipe at it.
Very nice. And that is enough to finish this one off.
So I'll take those.
This chain.
And then I will step back next to. No, I'll step forward actually. There you go. I'll go to there. That will be my turn.
Okay. Jade, anything you'd like to do?
Yes, I will throw this chain and give out 2 attacks at it.
Very nice. The 17. Oh, yes, the 17 hits it, but the 9 does not.
Okay, so it's just 6 points of damage.
Nice. The 6 points goes through. You get a good little chunk of damage off, but it seems like there's a little bit of health left.
That's my go.
Alrighty. Blaze, what do you do?
Did that person in front of me disappear again?
It's still there, but since you can recognize that it's an illusion, you can kind of just see through it. It seems to be incorporeal as well, so you can, or ethereal, I would guess would be a better word for this. So stuff can pass right through it, completely unimpeded.
Okay, then I'm just gonna shoot the big boy again.
Yep, that smacks into it. Whew, yeah, it was barely hanging on.
Alright, let's finish that bitch off. Hopefully.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Damn.
Very nice.
It's not the hardest fight, but how do you do this?
I'm not fully aware what that creature looks like, but I would probably just go for a shot straight through the neck.
Very nice. Yeah, kind of peeking around the rocks and pulling your bow back, releasing an arrow, finding the one spot on its neck that has the smallest opening of a gap from the chains wrapped around it, and the arrow just pierces right through it, cleanly cutting through and coming out the backside of the neck. As the creature falls to the ground, dead. And as it does, the rest of the animated chains just immediately lose their animation and slump down to the ground. Combat is cleared.
Alright, can I search the big bad if you had anything valuable?
Yeah, yeah. Looking at the body of this fiend, it seemed to have made like makeshift pockets with some of the chains around one of his thighs, and inside there are a handful of hermit crab shells. They don't seem to have any hermit crabs in them, but each of these shells have a couple of opals embedded in them still.
I'm gonna take the shells.
There are 3 shells in his pocket, and each shell has an opal in it, or has 2 opals in it.
I'm gonna go over to Jade and ask him if he can you still talk to that crab?
Yeah, if it hasn't been 10 minutes, I can.
Yeah, you're good still.
And I hold out the shells. And but I don't know what to do with this. Do you need this, or like can you ask it if it needs them? If there's any crabs that are looking for their shells?
A little buddy. Do any of your friends maybe are missing the shells?
Oh, there's a few that have moved out of their homes and haven't found any yet. We're always in need of new shells. They're our homes. Our homes.
He says that those are their homes, but they always in need of new shells.
Okay, what do we do with them now? Like, should I just throw them in like the spring and they're just gonna find them themselves if the crabs are in the water?
What do you want us to do with those shells? Do you want them placed anywhere specifically?
Our nest, please. I'd like it in our nest.
And where is your nest? Those pillars are your nest?
Follow me.
And he hops down and starts to scuttle across the ground, leading the party over here. As he gets to the water, he asks for someone to help carry him over, and then continues to guide you up over to here. But we can kind of take that slow if there's some stuff we want to check out over here still first.
I wanted to just check the chains. They're just regular chains, or are they gone?
They're just regular chains now. Each one of the ones that you didn't chop up are 10 feet in length. The one that you chopped up, there are a couple of pieces that total up to be 10 feet.
Okay. I'll add a couple of chains to my inventory.
Yeah.
And then follow in behind everyone.
All right. As you're walking past these flowers as well, the flowers, as they're open and blooming, walking past them, the green petals cover up the purple flowers and kind of help protect it. They kind of shrink up a little bit, and as you walk past them and you're further away, they slowly open themselves up again. But yeah. Coming over across the water of this area and coming up to this big cluster of rocks over here, you see there are just hundreds of these little hermit crab creatures crawling around, scuttling about all over these rocks. Some are in pretty big shells, probably about like the size of a football, and some of them are a bit smaller, about the size of a marble. There's even a couple of them that seem to be in some really, really old leather boots for their shells as well, instead of being in a normal shell. But the hermit crab kind of guides you over, and one of the bigger ones starts to kind of waddle on over and looks up at you, Jade, and says,
We are eternally grateful for your help. You've killed off the thing that has been slaying our people, stealing our opals. We need these to live. They are our sustenance. Without them, we will perish.
Well, we were more than happy to help, little guys.
As a show of our gratitude, please, take some of these opals.
And one of the smaller hermit crabs comes out carrying a couple of opals, and there are 5 opals that they are willing to part ways with.
Putting them in the bag.
As you're putting them in the bag, Stony, his eyes kind of go wide and kind of tugs on your shoulder, Carver, and kind of points at one of the opals and looks at you with a look of hunger.
Yeah, actually was thinking that he might have been a little bit hungry after seeing, I think it was Scarlet fed one earlier, like back in the other cave. Just sort of pat him on the head and say, later, okay?
Don't be a monster, give him one.
Well, you just put them all in the bag. I was just
I
being
didn't.
nice and say
I
that
did
you
fuck
couldn't-
all.
Sorry.
Dorian put it in the bag.
Dorian just put him in the bag. I was just sitting there going, no, like, I'll look around,
That's it.
see if there are
I'm going to
any-
develop an accent for my fucking character for the next session.
We don't sound the same.
You don't sound the same. I just said, yeah, I'm tired. Give me a break.
Here's your damn opals, and he just throws them on the floor like.
Aww. It's like,
But yeah,
pick
no.
them all up and give them back to Dorian. But I just, can I have one for Stony? Hand them back, and then sort of put one up and feed Stony a little bit on the shoulder.
Very nice. Stony happily takes the gem and starts to slowly munch on it, taking little piece by piece, with each bite letting out a little noise of like a and seems to be pretty excited, eating and munching on this gemstone. The big hermit crab, though, looks back to you, Jade, and says,
They're burning the books. The books that were left here by the dwarves. The dwarves that lived with us. You may lose out on important information. You may want to hurry. The forge is a fickle thing. That's my guess as to why you're here. No one else ever comes here for any other reason. These opals though, if you want to make something real nice, you could maybe throw these in with whatever you want to forge. Opals are known for being, a token of friendship.
So, yes, he suggests we hurry because they are burning the books, which may hold some important information.
So I'm gushing over the fact that we can all make friendship bracelets. Yes, let's go.
Some of the hermit crabs also, sorry, I'm about to say something, but I want to double check that I'm not flubbing it. Okay, good. This pile of rock up here at this top place, you can see some of the hermit crabs. They start to go in a single file line and collectively make a bridge to cross over the lake here, kind of like how ants do in the movie Bug's Life when they try to cross over a big gap. And a good line of them start to walk up to these pile of rocks, and without really touching them, but just looking at them, they start to move them and shift them to open up a new passageway.
I just asked Jade whether he can ask the Can you ask if they've seen my type of creature here? Like they said they were here with the dwarves.
Yeah. Little guys, do you, from your time here, recognize people like Carver, similar people? And I point at him.
We haven't seen one of you in a long time.
The big one shifts over and looks at you, Carver, and it starts to walk up to you, and it goes to put its claw onto your foot, very gently, just kind of laying it onto your right foot. Do you let it?
Yeah.
As it does that, you feel this wave of emotion just kind of come over you. A wave of happiness, sadness, joy, a little bit of fear, a little bit of anger. But the main emotion that sits with you is content. After this wave of emotions kind of flows through your body, this connection is made mentally with this hermit crab. And in your mind, it just starts to say,
there are others like you here, but be warned, they haven't been active for a few hundred years. If you are to awaken them, they may be a little angry. So, if they do, make sure you tell them the phrase. And then he says, freeze all weave functions. And it doesn't stop you. But he reminds you of that saying, and then he says, it may be a little odd seeing them, and I'll warn you, once they come online, you may not be alone in your mind. It can be scary for the first time. Do what you choose.
and he takes his claw off of your foot. Well, sorry, actually, if you want to keep talking to it, he can leave it there.
No, that's a lot of information. Carver's like, whoa, okay. Okay. Apparently there are more of me somewhere here in these caves that haven't been turned on for a very long time. I think it's time that we continue on, yeah?
I'm sure we'll come across them in our travels, in this mine.
I'm not sure whether I want to. Let's find this forge. Let's do that first.
Also, with the these rocks being moved and opening up a path, the main hermit crab, or one of the hermit crabs that they seem to be moving it with their mind, says to you, Jade, that
This place will take you up to the library. If you go here, you should be able to stop them from burning the books. It's kind of sad. I don't like the smell of burning paper either. It's been in these halls for a bit, and I want it gone, so it'd be real helpful. But if you want to go this way, you can, or you could go into the cart and take it that way too. Your choice.
and then the hermit crabs start to scuttle back, again, single file, marching back down to their nest.
Yeah, so we can have a shortcut to the library.
How are we all doing? Do we have we've had enough rest?
Health-wise, I'm all good. Spell slot-wise, not so much. But we sort of need to hurry if we want to stop the book burning.
Okay. Maybe we can consider having a rest afterwards, depending on what's in here.
Also, sorry, before I forget, a cool major part of this section of the dungeon as well, you notice as the hermit crabs cross back over the lake, a few of them take a sip out of the water, and they kind of give like a little shake, and their shells are a bit shinier and a bit brighter.
So who's gonna try drinking that water first?
I think the person who's immune to poison should do that, or at least resistant to poison. If you want, I can do that for you. I mean, doesn't necessarily. I'm so confused how this whole drinking thing works.
Yeah, go on.
Carver goes over to the pool and sort of goes down and just sort of puts up a hand to his mouth with some water in it and takes a sip.
As you put your hands into this water, it's very warm. The water is crystal clear. It feels almost like your skin, or well, you don't really have much for skin for hands, but if you had skin, it would feel like it was almost giving you like a nice manicure and just smoothing out that skin, making it nice and soft. Almost feels like it's massaging it in a way. It's just really nice and relaxing. But as you pull your hands out of the water and take a sip, a similar feeling just kind of comes over your body, and you feel as if you had a short rest. You can spend hit dice as if you did a short rest, and any effects that need a short rest to come back for you, come back.
Oh, I feel revitalized. I wonder if I laid in it, would I get a long rest? Would I?
Blaze pushes him in.
I let him.
Yeah, you get pushed into this water, and honestly, it just feels really nice. You don't get any more effect other than a short rest, but this is some of the most relaxing, nicest water you've ever been in. It's like a personal masseuse and a bath all in one. It's fantastic.
So we're gonna stay here forever. Like we're gonna come back and live here.
worth a. Just need something to eat, and then it will be fine. How does hermit crab taste? Oh, I don't need to eat. It's okay. It's fine.
Oh, very nice, Jade.
I'll pop back out of
Hell yeah.
out of the water. I highly recommend everyone drinks.
Yeah, he cannonballs. Dorian just cannonballs into it, and it's going to be really shallow because it's a little lake.
Yeah, it's pretty shallow, but as like your butt almost smacks down into the ground, there's this slight cushion from the water that stops you from hitting down, and you just gently settle onto the bottom of the water. But oh man, this is some of the nicest water you've ever been in. It's fantastic.
I want Dorian to pretend to hit his head and just float like he's dead on the water.
And then you can watch the rest of the group just walking off, being like, "Bye, Dorian."
I thought the guy was like undead or something. Like, surely he can't just kill himself on the water, right? How does that work?
No, I'm gonna make Peanut jump on top of him.
Yeah, Peanut is just like freaking out and is running back and forth on the edge of the lake, and then jumps in and like grabs onto Dorian, trying to pull him out of the water. Carver, it looks like Dorian may have actually seriously bunked his head.
Yeah. I go over to Dorian and start to like rifle through his pockets.
Okay, that's enough, mate. That's enough.
Oh, you're alive again. Wow.
I can breathe underwater. I just wanted everyone to think I died. Good to know that no one cares, apart from Peanut.
Peanut gives you a few licks on the face and lets out a couple of whimpers and climbs out of the water, gives a big ol' shake, getting a couple of people wet.
Carver was quite rough with this.
Yeah, yeah.
Buy me dinner first, you brute.
Well, very nice.
It's alright.
With the effects of a short rest going through,
Shall we
where would you like to go?
head in the direction of this library, shall we?
Let's
Burning books.
go.
Burning books doesn't sound very nice. All that language that I can learn.
Grab tokens really quick. Do you want to take the shortcut way or go through the minecart?
I think we should take the shortcut way. Shortcut. Let's do the shortcut. Everyone? Yeah, they've spent some time moving it away for us, so...
Alrighty. So as you all walk through this pathway that's been opened up, it's a really nice hallway with ornate crafted stone, all of which has been very finely detailed. It seems to be showing some sort of piece of history of these dwarves across one of the walls, as from the detail that's put into the stone. Looking across it, there seems to be a handful of dwarves bowing to just this big glowing orb as they are kind of moving further down the hallway. It progresses on to the dwarves being kind of blessed with crafting and mining and starting to develop these caves and developing some of their own ways of crafting stuff using the artistry of artificing. It seems to be the birth story of artificers in this cavern. But walking through it, it kind of winds around for a good 300 feet. On the ceiling, there are these really nicely made lanterns that are hanging down with a bluish or a bluish-white orb that is kind of floating around in the center of it, creating plenty of light throughout this area. But eventually, you come to the final bend, and about 30 feet down the way, you see another archway and an opening into a room. Smoke seems to be coming into this tunnel from the exit, and you can hear the noises of different creatures making sounds, all in Infernal. I'll go ahead and move us over to the next page, but we'll just say that you all are kind of tucked away still and you haven't entered this area.
Whatever said, Dorian would translate, like whispering to everyone.
Okay. Pretty much all that's being said here is, imps, move faster, stop being lazy, you're dipshits. Pretty much that's just kind of being repeated over and over. I guess another thing too that would be said would be, we are on a time crunch. We need to get these burnt. The ESF is getting ready to be made.
I heard clapping. I heard clapping in the background with the music, and it made me laugh so much. I'm sorry that. If for me, it's just like them going, "You dipshits," and everyone just going, "Yes, yes, quite."
What do you do?
Should we just try to sneak through somehow?
Well, if they're the one destroying the books, we kind of have to destroy them. No?
True.
Also, Jade doesn't look all that stealthy.
True.
Pew pew, motherfucker.
On my way.
Go for it.
So Blaze is gonna get his bow out and shoot when he gets the opportunity.
Okay. So charging out of the tunnel then, I'm guessing, because you're not being stealthy.
Oh, no.
No.
Blaze is being stealthy.
Oh, Blaze is being stealthy. Gotcha. My bad.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a stealth check then, Blaze.
Never mind.
Okay. As you are walking through this area, and trying to kind of sneak up, everyone else kind of in tow as well, you step out and you get up to one of these beds, and you crouch down next to it, using it as a bit of cover and hiding. You start to pull back your bow, and one of the imps back over here points in your direction and goes, "Ah! Intruder! Intruder! Intruder!" Everybody roll me initiative. Actually,
Peanut, get off
right
me.
before we roll
Peanut.
initiative. Actually, right before we roll initiative, such we can roll it right now. But
Oh,
the
that's not
two
supposed to be
bigger
peanut.
frog creatures. Oh, that's weird. Oh well, I'll fix that in just a second.
I put Blaze in too.
Cool. These more frog-like fiends stand tall and in common say, both in unison as well, they both say, "Foolish people never learn, do they? Now. For whatever reason would you want to be coming into here? Please inform us before we dispatch of you."
Carver just slowly looks at Jade.
Would you believe us if we told you that we're here on a job? There was a flying bat, and he said that we're workers, and we kind of believed him.
I don't remember hearing anything about new workers.
Well, that's the thing when previous workers die, and they die quite quickly. This whole thing, proud of death, that doesn't move us. So they dispatched us last minute to help out a bit around.
Roll me a deception check.
That persuasion?
Only because there's lies in this, I'm gonna have to say deception.
Okay, let's see. Yeah.
Dang. Alright. Kind of chuckles and says,
What would a holy member like yourself be doing with fiends like us? We can feel that presence coming off of you, just like you can feel our presence.
Fair point, but I had to try, you understand.
Well, I guess we should have some fun, shouldn't we?
they
Carver's
both look
just
back.
going to slowly walk forward and just go. Just a question, because are you burning books?
Yeah,
Why?
books are lame. They hold knowledge. Knowledge allows people to succeed at things. We like to stop that.
So you don't. But you speak common. You're very smart.
We like to be the smartest ones of the bunch.
Well,
Keep the others, the lowlifes like yourself. Keep you tame, ignorant, uninformed. Easier to control you that way.
it's an interesting thing. I always find reading a lot helps to sort of know that, to make you even smarter than everyone else, even more than the people who read, right?
Your type need information passed on by books. We can have memories passed on by generations. Books are below us. They're for the inferior race. Races, species, everything that isn't a fiend sucks.
Okay. Well, I think that seems very illogical. We just came from up the top, and as the friend just said, he's got that funny smell about him, but actually he really just he's just been told that he has to follow me in this place. I am meant to be going and collecting a couple of other older versions of me to take back upstairs. So that's really just for the strength for these people. So, I mean, I was meant to take the books, or to make sure the books were safe as well, but hey, but yeah, we just want to continue through.
Oof. Okay, roll. There's lies in there, so I want to say deception again, but yeah, we'll keep it deception. Roll me that. Better. Okay.
Sort of move up a bit closer.
You get a little bit closer and you're saying this, and the creature they both again in unison chuckle and say,
We haven't been able to kill anything for a while. We've been stuck. Burning these books and, let's say, controlling imps isn't the most fun thing to be doing.
I think we're rather hungry. I think we need a feast. Don't we, brother? As they both ask each other in unison. And then they both say, yes, we do.
I'll take out my great sword, have the sword that is hidden, the great sword hidden in its thing. I press the button that it comes out and just swipe at him.
All right. With that, I'll say we will go into full combat. Okay, they rolled real low. Okay, sorry about that. Had the wrong tokens selected. Carver, you blip out your sword and you're getting ready to come down with a strike onto this creature now. Blaze, you will start us off. What do you do?
Well, I guess I'm gonna burn my last use of Hunter's Mark on the big guy closest to me. And then I'd like to know... They're fiends, yeah?
Correct.
Okay, so none of my other stuff applies, and then I just... shoot.
Alrighty. 26 will smack into this creature. Very nice, dealing 19 points of damage.
And then I shoot again.
Yeah, 19 smacks into it, dealing another decent chunk of damage. 2 arrows, pow pow, smack into this creature, hurting it pretty good, but it's doing all right. Anything else, Blaze / Peanut?
I personally am going to stay where I am. Peanut. Yeah, actually, Peanut is gonna go there and attempt to bite.
Sadly, a 10 is just a little too low. Peanut tries to bite, but its teeth just sadly aren't able to sink in past this leathery skin of this fiend.
Okay, that's all.
Alrighty. The imps. They're gonna start flying around a bit. And their turn is going to just be sprinting forward. And this one will also fly up. Yeah. All right, but their main actions are both used for sprinting or dashing with their fly speed. And it doesn't look like they have any bonus actions, so that is the imp's turn. Dorian, where to you?
What should I do?
Okay, he's gonna run up and Eldritch Blast that one next to Peanut because no one hurt Peanut.
Fair. Both of those hit. That 13 barely hitting. And enough damage to kill this creature off. The imp charges forward, flies, and you can see it getting ready to attack Peanut. Dorian, no, and smashes that staff in the ground. 2 bolts of Eldritch Blast smacking into this creature, pretty much just turning it into a pile of dust as it falls down to the ground dead.
Okay, I don't think anything's within. Yeah, okay, that's my go.
Alrighty. Carver, I'm guessing you're going to want to swing down on this person.
I will continue that swinging down that I was planning. I will do it recklessly as I was going for it.
Very nice. Oh, yeah.
And then go a second time at him.
This creature is bloodied from that after that first attack. That second attack goes through. Solid damage on both of those. This one is looking pretty hurt. The one behind it, again, both in unison though. They just say, "No, brother." Anything else, Carver?
No, I think that's it. I think that's it for my turn. I will just stand there and like stare at him in the eyes, shaking my head at him,
All right.
disappointed, and then that'll be my turn.
Okay, the Spine Devils are going to fly over here. And this one is going to shoot 2 of its tail spines out, one against Carver and one against Peanut. That is a 10 to Peanut.
Straight roll against Carver.
13 AC.
Perfect. Good. Ooh, ouchie. Natural 20 to Carver.
Ouch. That hits.
You take 7 piercing and 2 fire for a total of 9, but you're having that.
No, I didn't rage.
No. Oh, okay.
No.
So 9 points of damage.
Ouch.
The other one is going to fly on up as well. That may have been one. Okay, cool. And that puts us at... Ooh, is that? Yes, okay. At disadvantage, this creature is going to try to throw 2 tail spines at Jade. Disadvantage just because it seems to be, as the tail spike is flying at you, Jade, it seems to be losing most of its momentum by the time it gets to you. And that'll be a 14 and a 9.
Both miss.
Very cool. Alrighty. The Spine Devil's turn is over. Jade, we are to you.
Okay. I wanna sort of like dance around this creature as I go towards here and do, because I don't actually have to go into its melee range because of reach. So I sort of wanna do like a Witcher style pirouette as I give out 2 attacks at it.
Sounds good.
Oof, nice.
Oh yeah. Very good. Exact damage you need to finish off one of these creatures. And with that, you just give 2 stabs with your glaive, giving it that kind of Witcher step, and it's enough to just cause this creature to crumple up into a little ball like a spider and drops to the ground dead.
And then I'll just move, my rest of movement here. So Kava is in my, aura or whatever, and I'm close to this guy. So that's where I'll stay.
Alrighty. Also, my bad. I'm sorry. I kind of forgot to say in this room. Didn't really give much of a description in here. There seems to be another spot of that hot spring that you previously were at. It seems to run off here into this room as well. This seems to be an old living quarters, as there are a bunch of dwarf-sized beds here, as well as some tables. Up over here, there's a big, nice stone oven. Stone oven works. But it's pretty massive. Like, it looks like you could fit 10 entire cows into this oven, all at once. On the table itself, closer to this frog-like boy, is a small fire on the table itself, from the books being burned. Put a little fire ring to denote the little book burning pile on the table. My bad. Kind of forgot to say that stuff at the beginning. But yeah. Now it is the big boy's turn. The one in front of you, Carver, is gonna give out a bite attack. It misses with a 12. This other one, though, is going to move over to here, around the other side of the table, and is gonna stare at you, Jade. Make a wisdom saving throw for me.
No worries.
All right. Sadly, there's just one too low as this creature just holds out its hand and this red energy starts to swirl around its hand and it just stabs forward into your chest, Jade, and you can feel life just being pulled from you. You take 9 points of psychic damage.
That's alright.
And you can see that 9 health that is being taken from you seems to be absorbed by this creature. Seems to be a bit stronger now. Gotta do a recharge roll for that though real quick. It is not recharged. That red energy after spiking into you seems to flicker in and out and then fade away, and this creature just kind of looks at you and looks a little mad that that energy is faded. That is their turns. Blaze, we are to you.
I'm gonna shoot the same one again as before.
Very nice. It's up still, but just barely.
Oh, and I guess again.
Yeah, a 16 will hit it. All right, and that is enough to finish this creature off. Another arrow, 2 arrows zooming through the air in between Carver and Peanut, stabbing into both of the eyes of this creature. It tries to grab at them and is screaming now, and falls onto its knees. And as a final word in unison with its brother, it just says, "Avenge me and kill these weaklings," as he dies.
The purple dude's flying?
Correct.
Can they? Ah, okay. In that case, Peanut is gonna run around whatever this is in the middle. I'm assuming it's a big stony structure.
Yeah, big stone table for people to sit at, yeah.
He's gonna run around it and then attempt to bite the other one.
Sounds good.
Come on, Peanut.
Peanut's just a little scared, still getting used to fighting, especially against fiends. Anything else?
Oh, I guess that's it.
Alrighty. Dorian.
Okay, I am fucked. No, okay, I'm gonna shoot the big toady boy.
Alright.
Eldritch Blast.
The 10 won't hit, but the 22 will. Alright. As it takes that damage, this Eldritch Blast smacks into it, and this red aura, similar to the energy that spiked into Jade, just kind of shimmers over his body. The force damage smacks into it, shattering it, and it seems to have done that full damage. but it seems that maybe he had some temporary hit points from that siphoning of health. And you've knocked those out.
As a bonus action, I'm gonna attempt to pull that one 5 feet towards me.
Alrighty. You got a 13.
There you go, Carver. I helped.
Very nice. This spine devil just kind of floating in the air, just gets shoved. It kind of tumbles down a bit, but is able to catch itself, but it gets shoved 5 feet over. Anything else, Dorian?
That's it, thank you.
Alrighty, Carver. What do you do?
Carver hearing that, and so okay, so he then steps up as this one had hit him before, and then just smacks into him with his greatsword.
Oh yeah. Very nice. 15 damage.
Oof.
Oh yeah. Almost one-shotting this creature, but it is still just barely alive.
Yeah, and then I'll just use my I'll use my second wind as my bonus action to just get back some of the hit points that he did before. There you go.
Very nice.
Will be my turn.
Okay. The spine devil in front of you, Carver, is going to give a bite and a fork attack. And it looks like at normal as well.
Yeah.
A 4 and an 11. I think those miss. The other spine devil close to you, Jade, will give another 2 tail spines. A 21 and a 15.
21 will hit.
Alright, you take 7 points of damage. 3 piercing, 4 fire. That's their turns. Jade, what did you do?
I will move past this guy over here to catch my aura, and then I will smack the smaller one 2 times.
Very nice. 24 smacks into it, but the 8 is too low. Nice little damage goes off as you stab your glaive into this creature. Anything else?
Nah, that's it.
Alrighty. Okay, so this creature looks forward to you, Jade, and is going to give a tongue lash attack out at you. Its tongue just unfurls and shoots out like a frog's tongue and smacks into you, maybe with a 16 to hit?
Misses.
Misses?
Yeah.
Cool, cool. All right. Yeah, that's his turn, sadly. Blaze.
I'm gonna move my hunter's mark from the dead big boy to the non-dead big boy and start attacking that one with my longbow.
Sounds good. Very nice. Some decent damage off onto it. The 18 does hit. Whoa, nasty 20 damage off that one. Wow. Yeah, you do some solid damage to this creature. And it's doing okay, but it's hurting a bit.
Well, Peanut just gonna give it another go. Hopefully, an actual bite this time.
Come on, Peanut.
Peanut.
Like, Peanut just can't get into this fight right now. Trying real hard, but just keeps giving, like, little loved bites to this creature.
Peanut, we're gonna start leaving you at home.
Anything else?
Your weight.
Alrighty, Dorian.
I'm gonna try and shoot the the thingy behind Jade.
Alrighty.
With Old Faithful.
Both of those smack into this creature. Ooh! Yeah, this creature's bloodied now. It's hurting pretty bad.
Okay, as a bonus action, I'm gonna see if I'm within 30 feet. Yep. I'm gonna try and shove that to the ground.
Okay. A natural 1. So yeah, that person is just like smashed down onto the ground. You hear one of the wings snap a little bit from one of the support bones inside of it. It lets out a pained scream and doesn't seem like it's going to be getting back up anytime soon.
And that's my go.
Righty. Carver, we're to you.
Alright, Carver's seeing that. Will still recklessly attack even though it's on the ground. Because he's reckless at the moment.
Yeah.
He's doing it.
Alrighty.
I clicked it, but it didn't update on my screen. Is it there on yours?
Not yet, but we'll give it a couple seconds. See if roll 20. There it is. Yeah, that's enough to kill this thing. As it's pinned to the ground, letting out pained anguish screams, you finish it off, putting it out of its misery.
And if I can run and jump over this table, I would run and jump over to this spot here. And go.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, go for it.
And then I'll take a hit at this one also, and then...
Oh, hell yeah. Do it. Yeah, you do it. How do you do this on this creature?
So having done that, as I run and jump over the table, sort of in semi trying to make the flames bounce up to look nice behind me, but without hitting Peanut, and just slam down through it and said, just yelling out, "I told you to let us through," and then slice through him.
Very nice. Jumping over this table, using one of the chairs to kind of like stand on the back so it tips downwards and you carry on with it in this fluid motion, swiping downwards on this creature, starting to like kind of cut it in half, but then it gets stuck a bit, so you just have to jaggedly throw the blade down, crushing more than slashing at this point. But the creature falls down to the ground, dead.
Good boy, Peanut. That's my
Peanut gives a nice little tail wag. The Spine Devil, though, glides over and starts to chuckle, and in Infernal, Dorian, you hear it say, "For those that have created me, I return now. I sacrifice this form to hopefully kill those around me." And he wraps his wings around himself and starts to glow this white, hot energy. I need Peanut, Carver, and Jade. Actually, wait, is Peanut... Sadly, Peanut is 10 feet. So I need the 3 of them to make dexterity saving throws as this creature self-destructs.
Carve and Peanut get +3.
Okay. Advantage on this. Okay, and so I have advantage on this as well. And +3 to that 22.
Okay, you know, not bad actually. Peanut's the only one who didn't save, so Peanut will take full damage. Everyone else takes half damage here. As this fire just erupts and shoots out with a pretty crazy amount of force, pretty much like as if a grenade just exploded on spot. Peanut takes 9 points of fire damage, and everyone else takes 4 points of fire damage.
Oh, Peanut.
Oh, I guess this song's back. As combat is cleared. The room is empty. There are empty of enemies now. There is a fire going with some books in it. Most of the books in this fire seem pretty unobtainable. A few of them may be recoverable. Looking around this room, though, there appears to be a handful of other books still stowed away, like under beds and on tables and stuff.
I sort of pat down Peanut and make sure that he's no longer on fire. And then also try to put out the fire on the table with some cloth that I've got.
Huh.
And I'll empty my flask that has some water in it, and I'll just empty that out onto the fire as well.
All right. Were you gonna say something, Jade?
I was asking if I could use the decanter of endless water to put out the fire, but I guess Carver got it covered.
All right. Yeah, Carver, between covering it and pouring out some water, you do put out the fire. Some of the books are a little bit wet and ashy now, but the fire itself is stopped. Since we're now in this room and it's emptied and it's a little bit more calm, why doesn't everyone give me some perception checks? Peanut's on it for this perception.
Yeah.
So pretty much everyone besides Carver, as you're putting out the fire, Carver, everyone else is looking around a bit more. Jade, under the chair that you're kind of standing at this table here, there's this weird object. It kind of looks like a glue gun that you would find in the real world. It's made out of this weird, almost plasticky material. It has a trigger on it, and in the back, instead of there being a rubbery glue stick, there is a lodestone that seems to be a bit more softer and almost more like malleable, like when you take gold and you can kind of crush it in your hand and mold it a little bit. It's kind of like that instead of being a hard lodestone. Besides that, though, there are a handful of books in here that collectively you all are able to kind of collect. The two more, I would say, kind of important books, one of the books has information about using the forge here. The other information is, or the other book is a journal about the lives of one of the dwarves in this place. Some of the other books that you would find as well would be basic intro to artificing books, as well as a few books on the dwarven language, or what the dwarven language started out as under the Nerazim. So it's more like Old Dwarvish. But yeah. Oh, also, there's 25 gold piece, or 20. There's more gold nuggets that collectively equate to 25 gold pieces. But as we kind of have a bit of loot here to sort through and to talk about, I think now would be a good time to take a real quick break.
Sure. Sounds good.
All right.
Sounds like a good
And we'll
idea.
meet up in about 5 to 10 minutes and keep going.
Cool.
Ready. Talk to y'all in just a bit.
Okay. Be back in just a moment. Yeah, it was really cool, like little bits and pieces. Enjoying the start here. I myself, personally, I'm just tired, but that's okay. It's always okay at the end of a long day. I'm back.
Hello.
Hello.
God, I'm so tired tonight. I don't know what it is. Just
I feel ya. I slept like garbage last night. Just tossing and turning the entire night. It sucked.
sleep hasn't been a great thing for the last week, I can tell you that. But
Yeah.
do you know why though? Why you were just too much on your mind, or?
Nah, I don't know. It could have just been I had an alarm set. Alarms do that to me. But usually it's when it's an alarm for like school or something that I'm not looking forward to.
Yeah. Can make for some of the worst night's sleep, for sure. When you know that you have an alarm set and you know you must get up for it or whatever, then it's like,
Yeah.
wake up an hour before the alarm, half an hour before the alarm. It's like, just get out of bed. That's fine.
Exactly. Yeah. But nah, it'll be cool. It'll be good though. This week's my spring break, so as I saw in Kaspi earlier today, if I really want to, I can take a nap today if I want.
Is this water in this room? It looks exactly the same as the one downstairs.
Yeah. Looks to be coming from a similar source of water. It's that same clear, kind of steaming hot spring water.
Can I fill up my flask that I just emptied out on the fire and fill it up with some spring water?
Yeah, you sure can.
Cool.
When filling it up with that, after it sits for about 3 seconds, you can just kind of tell that the restorative properties of it are gone, but it is some of the purest, cleanest water you've ever drank still.
All right. Yeah, it's all good. If I was to drink the water directly from the pool, it would have the restorative effect, though.
You could try.
Yeah, let's try it.
Yeah, taking a drink directly out of this, going from hand to mouth directly, it gives you the effect of a short rest.
Oh, very nice.
In one of the books, it would probably, with quick reading, in the journal, something would stand out about the spring water here is obviously a natural source of water, but it's used for this pool specifically in here was used for bathing. The one that you were in was used for collecting drinking water, and then there's also another section of it that's being piped into the forge area.
Right.
Also, I love how these beds really put into perspective how massive these mine carts are. Because, I mean, this bed, if this is a 5-foot square, I mean, this bed is not that wide and a little bit shorter than 5 feet, but I mean, that's a dwarf bed. Comparing it to the cart, they just look so tiny.
Yeah.
Are James and Jonas back?
Do not know.
Doesn't appear so.
Can I search some of the bodies while we're waiting, just to see if there's any, like, whether they had any trinkets on them or anything?
Yeah. Besides the clumps of gold to equal out 25 gold pieces, the spine devils have these forks that are about, or like trident-like things that are about the size of a short sword. I don't know what they count under martial or simple, but it's a d6 of damage with only 5 foot attack range. They have the tail spines on the spine devils as well. The imps, you probably picked up one of the books, the nicer books, either the journal or the forge book, off of one of these imps themselves. And then the frog boys, they don't have much on them, but they are a fiend with body parts, and sometimes fiendish body parts are used in magic, or can be used for other things, potentially. You're not sure if there's necessarily anything useful off of this, but you could try to take something if you wanted.
Jade, do you need anything? Do you need the, I don't know, their little pincer claw thingies or whatever it was that they were?
I don't know if I would have any use for it. Unless this is like what, I don't think this is a ranged weapon, right?
The fork sadly wouldn't be
Yeah.
sorry, is that what we're talking about?
No,
The fork, I don't.
The big ones had like claws or something, right?
He had a long tongue that he lashed out. They could bite as well with their teeth, and then there was some sort of magic that like stabbed into Jade.
Yeah, those. I'll cut out his tongue.
Okay, yeah. Give me a handful of things. You give me sleight of hand. You could give me your survival.
Can I help out?
Beat those two. Yeah, sure. If you'd like to help, you can have advantage on that check.
Come on, let's do it together, cover.
All right, yeah, a 15's not bad. This tongue, it kind of like curls up on itself, kind of like a dog toy when you squeeze it and the tongue shoots out. It's almost like that, and it's very meaty and slimy. You're able to get out a good 12 feet of it, but there still seems to be about 7 feet of tongue in the mouth still. It's just a really thick, meaty thing, and kind of cutting through it and getting it detached it takes a good amount of effort.
12 feet of frog tongue going into the D&D. Love it.
Yeah, let's see. Instead of frog, let's call it Nurgalid. I'll just put that.
Yep, got it.
Fun thing too, these are Wildemount creatures.
Yep.
Ooh.
A Nergalid.
Yeah, I've been trying to kind of.
Out of character, they're the ones that were in that very first part of the campaign too, right? In the tent right at the start, there was a Nergalid that was protecting the girl / stealing the girl, right?
In Critical Role?
In Critical Role?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes. For a second I thought you were talking about our game, and I was like, did I throw a Nergalid early on?
No, not in our game. As I said, out of game.
Oh,
in
yes,
Critical Role.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, pretty early Matt threw one of those in. Yeah, they're pretty fun. I've been trying to throw in a handful of Critical Role monsters, like the Aeorian beast that has the eyeball on its tail that the Kuatua were worshipping.
Yeah. Thank God we didn't go up in it. Are any of these beds? Do any of these beds still have like bedding on them?
Yeah, it's pretty tattered and destroyed. Definitely age has not done these very kindly. But there's some old silken bed sheets and pillowcases here.
I just want to wrap up the 12-foot tongue in some dwarven bed sheets.
Very nice.
Was that a euphemism?
No. No, it wasn't.
Just some upkeep while James and Jonas, while you were still coming back. Carver cut out the tongue with the help of Jade from one of these frog creatures, and now has 12 feet of a 20-foot frog-like tongue.
Nice.
Alright.
But some of the other books as well. Do you want to spend any time to read them, or do you want to move on?
Hey, Dorian, I found like a gun or something. I think if anyone's going to figure out what it does, it's you, and I will show him the blue gun.
Yes. If you have detect magic, cool. If not, or identify, cool. If not, you can give me an Arcana check. Oh, wow. Very nice. So, pretty common knowledge, especially in the world of wizardries. Lodestones are used in the spell Mending. The way that this is built, it seems to be some sort of artificer's tool to be able to cast Mending over and over. Effectively, the item is it has 3 charges, and it gains 1d3 charges back daily at dawn. And each time you use one of the charges, it casts the spell Mending.
Ooh.
Cool.
Yeah. Dorian explains that.
Yeah. Wanna keep it?
Keep what? He's already got it.
I hope it will be useful to you.
Do we want to?
It will, because that's the one cantrip I don't have.
Nice.
Do we want to? Did someone say they picked up a book related to the forge? I mean, we need to know what we're doing in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who got that book, and can they read it?
Oh, that's a good point. I guess before I kind of jumped the gun on saying stuff about being read inside the books, does anyone speak Dwarvish or read Dwarvish?
Nope.
Ah, okay.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm gonna cast one spell on myself. Comprehend languages.
Very nice. Perfect. Yeah. All of these words now, they seem to be making perfect sense to you. Pretty much, the Forge book mentions there's a couple of steps that you have to do. Pull up that thing really quick. Alrighty, so you need to have obviously the material that you're going to be using to forge it, and they have a nice little handy measurement system in here, telling you for weapons or armor or, coincidentally enough, reliquaries and altars and stuff like that. All this really nice pre-measured information. It also needs a mold of sorts, and it talks about the mold. The molds are stored with or inside of the forge room. And you need to, a big secret to using this forge is having pure intentions when creating something. If you don't have pure intentions, it will not work.
I explain that to everyone.
And then there's also a bunch of kind of complicated information about what levers to pull and what activates what. Takes a little bit to understand, but as long as you have the book there as a visual guide, you feel pretty comfortable that as a group you should be able to use this forge.
Is there anything in there, Dorian, about heart of an angel or anything like that? Mentioned?
From gathering what you said, like DM-wise, no, it just means a pure intention. So I guess the people that use it technically are the angel hearts, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. Also, though, there is a little bit back. It doesn't mention them as hearts of angels, but it does have a section in the back of the book about creating Warforged. And it does mention hearts there, but that's more for the creation of the Warforged itself.
Carver will sort of ask whether he... is it okay whether I have this Dwarvish language book? Could be interesting reading.
Sure. I mean, I could always help translate it, actually write it out in another book so you can technically learn the language eventually.
Hey, that's really cool. But only when you have time. Thanks. So, where to next? Is there anything else, anything else we're missing in here, gentlemen? I got this 12 feet of frog's tongue.
Kinky.
Don't know what that means.
Do you guys think we are on some sort of time pressure? Because if we're going to face something big and dangerous, I would rather go my full strength and not depleted of my magic.
Yeah.
I think technically this was the time pressure. The burning of the books.
I mean, there are multiple entries into this space. Do we want to go back to the other, where the hermit crabs were? There was sort of one area where there was sort of only one way in? Or do we just want to take it in turns in here and sit in front of the fire and relax?
I don't mind either way. This way, if we stay in this room, we're closer to where we have to get to.
Yeah.
But the other one is sort of idyllic and beautiful.
I mean, at least if we stay in here, we know what's going to be in here at any point in time. If we sleep in the other one, this room could be full of people or things in a few hours. If we, at least if we stay here, we know what's coming. If that makes sense. I mean, I feel okay myself, but I think we need Jade to be feeling a little bit better. I mean, short rests won't help, I'm guessing.
Not with this one, no.
No. Well, then a long time to rest and relax would be okay for me. I'll do a bit of reading.
I'd appreciate a longer rest too.
Sorry, I just got shocked that I accidentally pulled out my tentacle. And that's not a euphemism.
I want to get the tokens together real quick so I can copy them.
Well, let's set up near the fireplace. Do we need to sort of do anything with this cart to, just in case, or we use that as our way to get away quickly if something happens?
That could be a good way of seeing if something's coming towards us. Because if that cart starts moving in the other direction, someone's used it.
Mm-hmm. Well, sort of can pull a couple of these bunks, these beds over in front of the fireplace and sort of have a nice relaxing... Is the fire on? It is, right?
The oven up at the top?
Yeah.
It isn't on currently. It's honestly a little confusing as to why the fiends weren't using the massive oven to destroy the books and were creating a little bonfire on the table. A little confounding, but the oven is off. But there's a handful of levers around it and buttons and knobs. You may be able to turn it on.
Okay. Shall we?
Sure.
Let's rest.
I'll go over and have a look in just inside the entrance of the fire. You said it's pretty big. Does it look like it's?
Yeah.
Does it look like it's a little cave, or does it actually sort of almost seem to keep going?
Yeah, it's kind of like a little cave of sorts. Kind of like a massive pizza stone oven looking thing. At the bottom there is a grate that is pretty rusted. And below it you can see it kind of dips down about 2 feet or so, and there's these little nozzles that seem to be made of like some sort of metal, and it has that what's the word? I guess opalescent is the word, works for it. Where it kind of shimmers in color because it's been exposed to heat so much. And it looks like there's a handful of knobs and levers on the left-hand side of it.
Should we turn it on or see if it works, or should we leave it just in case it alerts people?
It may alert people. But go ahead.
No, I'll just sit down on the side underneath the levers and then start reading the dwarven book, or thinking that I'm reading a dwarven book, trying to make out anything of note.
For sure. What about everyone else? Doing anything particular in this rest, or just taking it easy?
Taking it easy. I need full recovery.
Yeah, I have nothing else to do either. Just gonna find a comfy place on one of the beds probably, with Peanut, and
Mm-hmm.
lie down for a while.
Peanut lies down, kind of curls up into a little ball next to you, and takes a nice, needed rest.
I want to try and make a hammock out of my pirate flag, because that's just his favourite way to sleep.
Nice. Yeah, there's probably a spot, whether it's between the smaller tables up here, or tying it onto like the bedposts down here. There's definitely a way that you could do it. Right. Well, as you go down for a rest, I'm guessing Carver will be main watch person, and then once 4 hours passes, Blaze will wake up and keep watch as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Not that it has to be that, but Carver, go ahead and drop me that perception check.
Yep.
Relatively quiet. You can hear off in the distance the occasional creaking sound of just wood bending and stressing under the weight of all the metal from the mine tracks and the carts. Even occasionally it sounds like there's a gust of wind going by from some draft being created somewhere in here. But for the first bit, nothing of interest piques you, or nothing piques your interest. For the second watch, we'll just jump forward to the 4-hour point, and Blaze, your trance goes over really easy, and you feel fully rested. Woo!
Yay!
You both can make perception checks for the next bit of watch. We'll say before, so give me 2 perception checks for both of you. All right. For that first watch, with Blaze being awake, again, nothing of interest really happens. It's quiet, creaking sounds, a little bit of wind here and there. But on your second watch, Carver, about and you have about like an hour left of rest before everyone else will be fully rested, and you notice off in this little or off from this direction, a imp's head is kind of peeking out around this corner. It's just looking, just kind of watching. It's hanging up on the wall, kind of on the ceiling upside down. And as soon as Carver, you spot it, Blaze, you kind of see the movement in the corner of your eye as well.
That'd be at the end of the 6 hours sort of mark, or the end of the 8-hour mark.
End of about 7th hour is starting to come around.
Okay. Just keeping an eye just keeping an eye on it for the moment.
If Carver's not doing anything, Blazer's not going to do anything either.
Okay. Sits there for 30 minutes. Or as 30 minutes goes by, it just kind of sits there being pretty still, thinking it's being all stealthy and hasn't been noticed. And after about 30 minutes go by, it starts to get ready to leave the way it came and walk back on the ceiling to the west.
How high up was it?
In here, it's about 20 feet for its height.
No, I'll just leave it.
Okay. I'm guessing the same thing for you, Blaze?
Yeah.
Okay. It wanders off, going back down that tunnel, and seems to mind its own business. The remaining 30 minutes go by, and everyone can have the effects of a full rest go through. Including Peanut.
Yay.
Carver, you notice Stony, he's like a tiny bit taller. That little pyramid point at the bit, it's like maybe half an inch taller. Not too noticeable, but creature's grown a tiny little bit after finishing that opal it had earlier.
Very nice. Just pet him.
Let's add a little excited noise as you give it a pet. But you all wake up, fully rested, spell slots back, any other class features of the sort are all good. What do you do? Oh, sorry, also, I don't know if I made this clear or not earlier. This path is also kind of like the thing you came through. It has another really nice hallway that goes on a good distance, like at least a couple 100 feet again, like the other one. Sorry if that would have changed where you would have camped out for the night, but...
Sort of slowly get up and walk near Blaze and it's like, you saw that too?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we made the right decision with letting it go.
I was sort of expecting it to come closer to us. Yeah. There's not much we can do about it now.
Well, at least it didn't come back with reinforcements and killed us all in our sleep. And we're all well rested now, and I think that is worth more than waking the other ones up, disturbing them, and them not being rested now.
Agreed. Pat Peanut. Let's go. Alright. Shall we?
Peanut gives some tippy taps and tail wags to get pets.
What's the plan? I mean, I guess we have to find this forge, right?
Yeah, and I expect we should assume there will be a big resistance once we reach it. They're probably protecting it.
Yeah. This place gives me the creeps. Just generally.
Come on, the quicker we are, the quicker we can get out of here.
My the priests when I first came to Port Damali, I got them to read a page out of my book, and I'm not sure because I think I might remember it wrong, but like they mention some of the elements, this sort of chronomancy apparently, and like everything about gnomes and formulas and artificers, etc. And so I'm wondering whether there's something in one of those books or something here that might give me more information about where my maker has come from. And I'm just, whilst I'm a bit nervous about stuff, I'm also nervous about what I might find in here. I mean, I was always helping him, but maybe he didn't make me. Maybe I was stolen or taken, or like, what if I meant someone else's? Property.
But did he raise you in terms of... Okay, it's gonna sound stupid. Is he your father figure?
Yeah, and I'll do anything to try to find him.
Then technically he's your dad. It doesn't matter if you were born to him, if you were created to him, or you were found by him. If he raised you, he's your dad.
Yeah.
You shouldn't. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't think about yourself as property. You clearly have human emotions. You clearly are able to build things and to empathize with people and creatures. You are your own being. You don't belong to no one.
I was told to hide because people don't understand how to deal with someone like me, and I'm now about to come maybe face to face with other things like me, and I'm it's weird. It's maybe it's like looking in a mirror but having the reflection act differently, like when we looked in those mirrors in that other weird place where we were sort of half there, Dorian and I, that sort of reflection that shows you a past that's not actually your past. Or anyway, sorry, I just don't want to miss maybe something of finding out where he might be. Okay.
Well, we're already clearing this place out of fiends and demons. I'll take another look later. We have all the time you need.
Thanks. So we had a little visitor during the night, a little fiend who came in through the cavern. I think, I don't know whether we want to, that one's pretty much a way out as well, right? We don't want to block it off or sort of put something underneath the mechanism so that it can't go back up the other end and bring more down, or at least delay them.
Is there any like loose rocks around?
That's a great question. By this pool over here, there are a handful of rocks that have kind of just fallen off or broken away from it just from time. Same thing with the two archways over here. They are starting to crumble a bit. You could probably get some decent-sized boulders. It may take a little bit, but work something out.
Well, we could jimmy up something to stop it moving, but that great big spring looks like it would hit it no matter what.
Yeah.
And I think even if they pull it on the other end, I don't think that affects this lever.
All right. I mean, we can use it to get away ourselves if we need for the other way.
No, for sure.
All right. Well, I feel fresh. How about all of you?
I
Ready?
sleep like the dead.
So it sounds like you all want to go up through here,
Yeah.
right?
I think so.
Wandering up through that hallway, similar to the other hallway like this that you passed, it seems to be telling another piece of history. This one, though, is a little different. Instead of it being made with these either gray or white tiles, it's made out of like a black obsidian and painted on with blood. It shows two dwarfs kind of being shunned from a group of other dwarves. Further along, those two dwarves are seen kneeling in front of a winged creature that looks like some sort of devil with these massive horns and a big trident that seems to be flaming at the tips. The next panel of it seems to show those two dwarfs being able to cast some sort of magic. And then the next panel is the rest of the dwarves being slain by these two. After about that, you've realized you've walked a good 500 feet or so and kind of made like a candy cane kind of a shape, walking a straight line, and then eventually made like a pretty big U-turn. And about 50 feet away, you can see the exit of this tunnel into another room, and there is a yellowish glow coming from the end of the hallway. Dorian, it looks pretty similar to the glow from the lava from the broken track.
It took us a little while, but we've made our way round to the broken area.
So the fort should be close by.
Should be.
Do we wanna try to be stealthy?
That's a good question.
Yeah, let's try.
Okay, so since I'm all rested, I'll activate Pass Without a Trace.
Alrighty, go ahead and drop me those stealth checks. Oh!
Jesus. Stealthy as fuck.
That's the best one.
I mean, and still on Blaze, that's still a 19. So, like, our lowest roll is a 19 from two of you. Peanut, you're on it. Okay. Y'all are being really stealthy. This Pass Without a Trace, as well as just Dorian and Jade, you're tired of this, Jade. You are ready for these fiends to be gone, and after seeing that the reason these dwarves seemingly have been wiped out was because of fiends, or devils, or demons of some sort, that sucks. It's time to finish these people off. It is super serious mode. And you all are able to stealth pretty damn well. Let me move you over. Again, you can still be back kind of in the tunnel. Just for ease of use here, I'm putting you all at the mouth of it. Inside of this room, as you are kind of looking through a bit more, you see one of those pulley systems of the carts. You see there's some gold laid about. There's some water that looks familiar to the other pools of water that you've seen, as well as a bunch of different anvils. There's two massive anvils with a pretty big forge that has copper pipes some sort of brownish green metal pipes bending back underground and seem to be going into the lava pool itself, and sucking up some of the lava to be used directly in the forge. Standing in front of there is this creature that I shall display in virtual tabletop. And he seems to be finishing something up at the forge. You see some hot liquid glass, maybe, being poured around this sapphire gem. There are a handful of imps that seem to be floating around, all chuckling amongst one another, and far on the other side of the room are two dretches just making noises. They sound sad. Oh, also in the far corner, or far wall of this room, sitting kind of up against one another are metal. I know that these are clay golem tokens, but we're going to pretend that they are metal golem-like creatures that seem to be covered in cobwebs and dust and rust. They have some little breaks in their metal, and you can see these wires poking out from underneath of them. Yeah.
Biggest thing, if we combine our strength with, we could like maybe stealthily take out 2 or 3 of those little imps before the battle even begins.
What do you propose?
I mean, I don't know, I'm not a tactician, I'm just asking you guys. In the previous battles, they seemed pretty weak, so if we were to target them specifically from our stealth, maybe we could drop them.
I mean, if we get our full round of shots off.
Yeah, if you all would like to
Could be possible.
do a surprise round thing on these imps, you definitely have surprise on them currently. And not to try to convince you to do one thing or the other, but you could also walk up and talk with them. It's an option. Not maybe the wisest option, but
So not necessarily knowing whether it's worthwhile, but I am actually seeing this thing looks anything like the guy back at the house, back at the swamp.
It's a bit different. The other one at the swamp had more of like a bright red skin and looked closer to what you would find in a tiefling. Different than a tiefling, but closer to that. This is more an imp made large and scary.
Okay. Well, we either try to shoot them from afar and then at least get some things to start with, or we run in there and still get the surprise.
Blaze is just gonna shoot. This is taking too long. He's scared they're gonna get, like, someone will see them eventually if they're taking too long. Just gonna shoot this guy.
Okay.
Jade will run up to this immediately as he sees Blaze shooting.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say everyone gets movement, and then we'll roll initiative, do a surprise round, and go from there. And then you wouldn't necessarily see it right now, but just so it's in Discord, the thing that's being forged looks like this.
Yeah, Carver will run up as well.
Gonna stand on one of these boxes.
Sounds good.
Didn't have my token selected because I'm a bit of an idiot. There we go.
Perfect. Right, you will go before they do, Dorian. All right. But it is surprise round anyways, so it doesn't matter too much. Blaze, who shall you attack first? Perfect. Yeah, that smacks into it. Alrighty, so a solid 11 piercing damage comes through. This creature is practically bloodied from that attack. Oh wait, no, sorry, it is bloodied from that attack. I did math wrong. Would you like Peanut to do anything as well?
I keep forgetting about Peanut. She's gonna run between Carver and Jade. And are they on the ground or are they flying?
These ones are hovering at about 5 feet. I'll say they're in melee range.
Okay. And then she's gonna try and bite the one in front of her. And hopefully this time maybe for once succeed. Oh, for God's sake, Peanut. We're giving you up for adoption.
Peanut looks back at you a little sad, but gives an understanding I will do better look.
Mm-hmm.
Dorian, for your surprise round.
I'm gonna try and shoot big one.
Okay.
Do we get advantage from the surprise attack, or is it just normal?
Oh my god, you're so right. Yeah, they had no idea that you were coming up. Hey, Peanut, want to roll again because advantage real quick?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Peanut did it.
Alright. We're keeping you.
Looking back after missing that first, goes in and gets a proper attack off and gives a good tail wag. But Dorian, yes, you do have advantage on this attack.
Rightio, I'm gonna definitely shoot that guy then.
Sounds good. Oh yeah. Nice, some good force damage goes through. And let's see. As the force kind of knocks this devil over, he grabs tighter around this thing that's being forged, and you can see it should be burning his hand, but being a devil, maybe that's why it's not hurting him. And he almost tips it over and breaks it and looks over and locks eyes with you, Dorian, and just glares at you.
He waves and gives a toothy grin back.
Alrighty, Jade.
Okay. I'll attack this guy, and you set advantage, right?
Correct. Oh yeah.
And is it a fiend?
It sure is.
Okay, so I'll add the Divine Smite.
Very nice. You give this attack out against this imp, stabbing it with your glaive, a smite bursting through it, and it sends this aura throughout this imp, and it causes it to crumple up and die. As one of them dies, the other three start to get a little restless. They seem to be waiting for something. Carver, to you.
Yeah, I'll take a hit out at the one in front of me.
Very nice. You have advantage. A 15 will hit an imp.
12 points.
It is alive, but it is bloodied.
That's my turn.
Alrighty. So the prize round goes through, and as I said, the imps seem a little restless, a little scared. The dretches are a little slow to react and just kind of shrug and seem like maybe they'll start making their way over there. But the main devil guy looks over to the group and just says, "If you stop us from succeeding, you are going to damn this entire world." Please, what do you do?
I cast Hunter's Mark on the big guy, because fuck the little ones. And then I'm gonna shoot him.
Sounds good.
And he hasn't gone yet, so I have advantage.
Correct. Yeah, you do it. Oh, yeah, you do it.
30 damage, dude. Not bad, not bad.
Brutal. All right, yeah, this arrow shoots into one of the eyes of this creature and just decommissions it. That eye is gone. Fuck, very nice.
And again.
Yeah. Still a solid 17 damage.
And then, if this one is still within reach, Peanut would pop on Carver's other side and try and bite.
For sure. Sadly, this one doesn't land.
It's okay, Peanut.
All right. Dorian.
Okay, I'm just going to quickly see how far one of my spells is. Okay, Okay, shit. I am just going to keep using Eldritch Blast for now.
Okay.
And yeah, okay. Eldritch Blast, the big guy. With Hex. I'm going to put Hex on as my bonus action.
Cool.
Strength again, because I don't know how that ever helps in any of these situations, because it doesn't do anything with attacking. It doesn't do it. Just like if it has an ability that does strength, it has disadvantage.
Yeah, what I'll say for that is I know it says specifically ability checks, and I know that grappling is just a DC, but I like the idea that if you put strength hex on them, you're going to have an easier time getting out of that, or not getting locked down by that grapple by the creature. Stuff like that, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I like to play it a little bit looser and a little bit wider just because, like you're saying, does it really help a whole lot?
Okay, 2 Eldritch Blasts flying his way.
Sounds good. At 18 is what you need to get to hit. Nice.
That's kind of terrible, though.
Yeah. Still, though, 20 damage goes through and smacks into this creature. It's looking a little beat up, but isn't bloodied yet.
I'm going to just make my way downtown and go back into the mouth of the cave.
All right.
Sort of squidge myself in there.
Yeah, I kind of get back, use the wall as cover, for sure. Okay. Horn Devil is going to... How many can it do of those? 3. Very nice. Jade, Carver, and Blake is... I can't say Peanut. I don't want to hurt Peanut right now. This demon with one free hand starts to throw out 3 firebolts, essentially. Ouchie. Okay. 26 to hit Jade. Carver, it should be disadvantage.
Yep.
All right, so that's a 13 to Carver.
Miss.
And a 10 to Blaze.
It's a bad miss.
Luckily, because of that disadvantage there, a crit was avoided. So to Jade with that 26, you take 13 points of fire damage.
Oof.
And as it throws out this fire, the forge seems to come to a stop, and the Horned Devil just screams out and says, "Now is the time! Take it! Get it safe!" And he hands it off to this imp here. I'll give the imp a little marker. The imp with the little potion bottle marker is carrying this weird glassy silver thing with a molten sapphire flowing freely within it. And the imp looks like it's getting ready to run the fuck out of here, or fly the fuck out of here. The Horned Devil is going to use its movement as well and fly up to get in between the imp and you all. The Dretch, they don't got much movement, and they're taking it real slow. Starts to walk up, and the other one, well, starts to follow behind. They don't even try to sprint. They just saunter forward, walking at a slow pace. The Horned Devil's trying to yell at them to come faster in Infernal. But they don't seem to be listening very much. Jade, what do you do?
I think I'll just raise my weapon and light will blast off around me. How deep into the tunnel are you, Dorian?
You can see his foot, but he's literally
Okay.
just there. Where he is there is literally where he is.
Okay, so cool. So I'll bless Blaze, Dorian. Sorry, Carver, but you don't have a problem hitting. I'll Blaze Peanut, so she can hit more.
Very nice.
And I will sort of, as without letting my guard down, without letting my weapon down, I'll ask this giant beast, sort of, explain yourself. What do you mean about this whole thing he said earlier, the world thing?
You're meddling with things you don't even know. We aren't allowed to succeed here. The angel that you all have loved for so long will be the demise of this plane. We're needed here.
It's 6 seconds. I don't suppose I have a time to answer.
I'll give you a little bit of a freebie here to have some more combo if you'd like.
I find it a bit hard to trust the devil, and you might you might know why. So how about you put it more straight for me?
He sits there for a bit, kind of pondering and looking at the situation, and says,
With this device, we can find the one who is tainting the minds around the world. If she's continuing to do what she has done, these minds will bring apart the destruction. It won't be from some deity. It'll be by your own multiple species' faults. Trust us. We need this more than you could ever imagine. And we as an encompassing we, not just me as the fiends. I mean, look, demons are helping devils. This isn't an ordinary thing. One of your kind should be aware of that.
Can I do an insight?
Yeah. And as he says demons are working with devils, he points back to the dretch. With that insight, there's definitely like a bit of worry and fear in his voice, or concern. There's concern in his voice. It seems like what he's saying, I mean, he's a fiend, so how much can you trust him? But it doesn't seem like he's lying to you.
I'm gonna sort of yell to the others. I know it sounds weird coming out of my mouth, but I think maybe we should hear him out. I guess I'll wait to see what will others do.
Okay. As we get to the imp's turn, the one with the device starts to fly away a little bit. But the Horned Devil kind of holds out his hand and says, "Wait. If they're willing to talk, maybe we don't need to be in a rush." So he says that in Infernal. So Dorian, you pick that up. But the imps just kind of hold their turns for now. Carver / Blaze / Dorian. What do you do?
I would have told everyone what the devil said.
I'm gonna. I did. I'm gonna bonus action rage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go 5, 10, 15, jump up on this anvil, and I'm going to try to jump up and grab onto the one that was trying to run away, if I can. So basically run up and do a jump. Hopefully that he can take an attack of opportunity if he wants, but try to jump over this, onto the shoulder of this beast and grab the one that's flying away if he's in my reach.
Give me an athletics check. I like it. I like what you're doing here.
So I have advantage.
That's pretty good.
And then I just want to grapple him. I don't want to attack him with my sword
Yeah.
or anything.
Yeah, you charge forward. The imp watches you cautiously. Let's see. You aren't ever leaving its range for an attack of opportunity. You can tell its fork that it has in its tail. Both are probably a 10-foot reach. So you don't leave its range, so there's no need for an attack of opportunity, but he is watching you with cautious eyes as you jump over, kind of like parkouring over this dretch, vaulting yourself up, and you get to the other square and grab onto this imp and get it pretty grappled. They're pretty tiny, so you have it just kind of like one arm wrapped around it, kind of in a headlock situation. It's squirming around, screaming, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, in both common and infernal, kind of swapping between the two of them.
So I've learned how to say fuck you in Infernal?
You have learned how to say fuck
Awesome.
you in infernal.
Good. And then I just
But you have it grappled.
I want to try to make sure, like, I almost am grabbing onto this thing that was in his hand, so that make sure that I have control over it. Like, if it's still in his hand, but grappling with the headlock and trying to hold onto the hand so that he can't throw it anywhere or do anything else.
Okay. Yeah. When you're kind of holding his hand there, the horned devil chuckles to you and says, "Don't want to touch that now. Maybe a little hot for your hands." But you have it grappled. The horned devil seems oddly amused by what you have just done. Blaze, what do you do?
Nothing.
Okay. Dorian.
Okay, I'm gonna step out and hold an Eldritch Blast if anything funky goes on.
Okay. I will say, Blaze, since you're going to pass your turn, you can also hold your action as well to do, if something fucky starts to happen, you have your attack. All right. So the two of you are holding your attacks and seeing what will come of this battle. For the time being, we'll say combat initiative is kind of halted. Everyone's on edge and ready to jump back into it. But speech is free right now. The devil looks at you, Jade, and says, "We may have been brought to this place by unsavory means, but the longer we stayed here, the more we knew something was wrong, and that we needed more help. If you let us go, I promise, and a devil's promise isn't one that we let out very easily, I will never hurt any of you, for as long as you live. Other fiends I can't speak for, but these imps, these dretches, and me, we will leave, never to harm you or a loved one of yours. Loved one being close family. If you don't have any close family, it doesn't count. There's a stipulation there, because anyone can count as your loved one. So don't try to pull a fast one on me. Fine print."
I hope you understand. We can't let this. We can't just take your word for it. So, if this situation is truly as serious as you're saying it is, I think we all deserve a little bit information. If you're pulling strength from different races together, then why not bring us in as well? If you need all the help you can get, right? So you lay your cards out on the table.
That's a pretty good point. Roll a persuasion with advantage. The demon, or the devil, lets out a bit of a sigh. Says, "I hate it when you were right. You have a point, though. Fine. How much do you all know about the calamity?"
Nothing.
I'm guessing.
Okay, good place to start then. The calamity was brought apart because some of the gods decided to take control into their own hands. They wanted more of a power over those who ruled here in the material plane. A massive battle fought between the betrayer, what are now known as the betrayer gods, and the main divine order, as well as the people. Angels came down to help fight. One of those angels was Zalasis. Zalasis was one of the fiercest warriors, and she is the one who slayed a demon by smashing him with a massive graviturgy magic that put him inside a mine and locked him away for all eternity, leaving nothing but gemstones and himself. Later on, though, The war seemed to be losing. The angels and the people, they needed more help. So, Zalus seeked for more power, and in doing so lost herself, found herself tainted, on the verge of becoming a fallen angel. In her final battle, she used the rest of her magic to lock herself away, keep herself sealed. Sadly, it seems that seal is breaking. Her mind is strong. An angel shouldn't be left on this plane of existence for more than a few hours, let alone hundreds of years. Her magic has started to seep into this world. It's tainting the minds of others, making them carry out her wishes. It seems that she's still lost and thinks that war is raging on. She thinks she's still in that battle. We do not find where she is. She will tear this world apart, thinking she's doing what is right.
And I assume this thing you made, the forge, is what you need to stop her. Or to find her.
We need to find her. Calling it the End Source Finder. The ESF for short. It's a little quicker to say that way. With the ESF, we can target on to someone who's been susceptible to her mental link. When she lets her mind leak into that of another's, it's able to spread in an almost exponential rate from that person to more others, to others, each of them infecting tens of more, and those tens of more infecting even more, until everyone has lost their mind to her. This allows us to trace it back. Somewhat.
If she's so powerful, then how do you plan on stopping her once you find her?
Currently, she's locked away still. There's plenty of things we can do with that. I feel I don't need to tell you our plans on that part of it.
What do you guys make of it? I ask openly to everyone.
I don't very much like the idea of trusting a devil.
Can I... this thing that he made in this forge... If everything that we've read is right, then to make something in this forge you need to be pure of heart. That means that the thing that is made in this forge comes from a pure intention. Right?
It would seem so. Is there any way we could verify that what you made is actually the thing you say you made? The ESP, ESF?
Well, if any of you happen to be tainted by her, it would activate. He looks over to the imp and just gives a nod, and looks down to you, Carver, and says, I can see if it works here, if you allow us, please. If you would like to let go of my imp.
Gonna move around a little bit off the other side, away, and look over at Jade and just sort of give a quizzical like...
Trust needs to go both ways. And I take out my glaive. You've seen the radiant energy this thing can give away. I want you to grab onto it. I won't hurt you if everything goes as you say it will. But should something go wrong, I slash. It's only fair.
Fair is fair.
He gives another head nod to the imp. The imp just holds it up, and in Infernal says, Dark Lord, show us the truth. The sapphire that's liquid kind of flowing around inside starts to congeal a bit, and this bright light starts to glow from it. It points it at Carver. Nothing seems to happen. As he starts to turn and point in the direction of Jade, Blaze, and Dorian, there's a brighter red glow starting to form at the center of this vial. Points it towards Dorian a little bit more. The redness fades. Points it over Blaze. Still nothing. But as the imp holds it over Jade, the entire vial changes from a sapphire blue to a ruby red. And Jade, you feel this feeling that it's been here this whole time, but only just now you're noticing it. A flash of a dream that you've had, of being on a battlefield. Starts to roll back through your mind. This dream that you had wasn't your own. Well, part of it was. The other part was that of Zalasis. The devil kind of lets out a bit of a chuckle and says,
Maybe it is a good thing I told you our plan. Seems someone here has been touched without even knowing it.
I can't. I think Jade just drops his glaive and takes like a step backward.
Well, what do you do now? I've showed you my hand. I think it's only fair that I get a bargain out of it. Let us leave. I have given you plenty of information. If we are to leave now, as I said, I won't harm a hair on any of you. Ever. Or we can let unnecessary bloodshed fill this room. Your choice. Choose wisely.
I think Jade is still a bit too stunned to answer anything really.
Well, if anyone's gonna be the one to make a decision, it's gonna be Jade. Being sure been touched by an angel. Okay, internet's dying, sorry, give me a second.
okay.
Yeah, I didn't exactly hear what you said.
Yeah.
Okay, it could have been from something. So I've turned that off now.
Nice.
Right. Hopefully it goes through. Dorian said that if anyone were to make the decision, it would be Jade, seeing as he was the one touched by the angel.
What does it mean that I'm touched? Can she take control of me whenever she wants?
We're not entirely sure the extent of her power. It seems she's able to influence others to create what seems to be violence. But I don't think she's intending it to be that. You may not have felt any compelling feelings yet, but maybe you've had a dream, heard voices in your head.
I did.
To be honest,
Yeah.
this is the first time I've had a conversation with one who's been touched.
There was a dream. I felt like I was on a battlefield and I wielded a flaming sword and I killed my own sister with it.
Ah, conception of an idea. See, if my inclination is right, the longer you keep this curse about you, the more likely that's to come to fruition. Be careful.
You said you can trace it back. They help you find them in any way.
Sorry, can you say that again?
You said that you can trace it back from an infected person. Could I help you find her in any way?
Well, imp who infected this person. The imp seems to be almost like reading something inside of this vial, and looks back up at the Horned Devil and says, says this in Infernal, some innkeeper seems to come from the town of, forgetting the town name. Let's see. Where is the Wildemount map? Where is the Wildemount map? Menagerie Coast. Oh, phew, there we go. Where was that tavern at? Wherever, I want to say Tisoa. Let me double check that.
It's not Michael Pikel, is it?
I may be insinuating that.
No.
Yes, it is Tisoa. So yeah, the tavern owner in Tisoa.
Can I make a quick perception? Like, can I quickly check how he, like, what he read in this bottle? Like, whether he read something specifically, or...
I'm gonna say either investigation or arcana, sadly, but you can give me one of those rolls. Yeah, it's a little hard. It does look like there's a rune of some sorts that kind of like pops up. You know when you have a magic 8-ball and you're waiting for the thing to turn over? It kind of looks like the rune is floating around in some liquid like that and kind of turning over on itself to show a new rune. But then it just kind of gets lost in this liquid of, or in the sea of red liquid.
You said it would burn me if I held it. Can I have a look? Or...
I hope you don't mind, but I don't necessarily entirely trust you all to handle this still. Also, to keep this thing working, that gem in the center must be kept at a melting point. If you're to touch that, it probably will burn your hands right off. What if you want to hold it? I mean, I would be curious to see what would happen, now that I think about it.
I will reach out and just take it out of the hand of the imp.
The imp's a little iffy about handing it off, but then finally lets go. And as you're holding it, yeah, this thing's really, really fucking hot. Like, as soon as your hands get close to touching it, it's gonna be hot if you hold on to it. But if you go ahead and grab it, make me a Constitution saving throw. Not bad, not bad. Oh, that was supposed to be a slash G. You take 5 points of fire damage. As this thing just touches your skin and immediately just starts burning it. But as it does, you feel just screaming across your mind this demonic sounding voice saying over and over, "Tusoa, Tavern Keep. Tusoa, Tavern Keep."
Okay.
And then after it says it like 3 times, the 4th time you start to get an image of somebody's face in your mind. And it's definitely the face of Michael and Pikel.
I'll pass on to Carver, I am Carver, to Jade, that it seems to be legit, and then in Primordial with Jade, we'll just quickly say, "I have it. We don't really need them."
Nice.
And I will take a slight step back just to
I will,
just looking at it, just intrigued.
In Primordial, I will answer. Currently, I'm no better than them. And I look at the devil and say, yeah. Do you have a name?
I do, but I'll give you one that isn't my true name. You can call me, Fisher.
Let's make a deal, Fisher. I have some business to wrap up, but since I am infected, I have an obligation to see it through. Make sure I don't hurt anyone should something go wrong. So I'll finish my business and we'll meet in Tusoa later.
Enough. What do you want us to do?
First of all, let's shake on it. And I extend my hand.
There. We'll shake on this deal. But before we do, let's make sure the terms are acceptable for both parties.
What do you want?
We leave, and we take the ESF with us. We get to hunt down Zalasis. If we come across you, or even if we don't, we will never hurt any of you, including the dog there, ever again. Again, this only branches out to the 6 of us in here. We, the 6 of us, won't harm you. The rest of your lives. In turn, we get to leave.
We do need to use the forge. So I asked
Oh, yes, we're done here. We'll be exiting the Nerazim mines, finding a new home to live temporarily. Probably something closer to Tusoa.
Alright. Then those terms are acceptable for me. We'll meet again in Tusoa in a couple of weeks.
Very nice.
Shall we shake on it?
He holds out a hand and will shake with you.
It's an honest shake.
Nice. Nice. As you both are shaking hands, this red energy starts to swirl around, starting at his hand first, and he says, "Don't worry. This is natural. A promise with the devil is binding. So, this is just our bind being created. No harm will come of you. If I'm to lie about this while giving a promise as well, I will be slain and not given a chance at a second life back in Avernus. So you can trust it. And as he says that, the red energy kind of swirls around, creating like this figure 8 pattern at the top and then going down at the bottom of your arm and swirling around. It then kind of seeps into your skin a little bit and leaves this faintest like red mark that you can only see when you glimpse it in the right light. And it's a figure 8 emblem kind of on your forearm. Again, very faint. You can barely even see it when it's in the right light. That mark I shall also bear. It's a sign of our promise that shall not be broken.
Give them the same cover. They can leave.
I was confused as hell. Again, we'll just say back in Primordial that doesn't feel right at all, but I'll sit the bottle down on the ground in front of me.
Doing so, the imp picks it back up and walks over or flies over to the Horned Devil and hands it to him. Now, if any of you try to attack us as we're leaving, you will have broken that bind, and I'll make sure that you pay for it. We shall be going now. Nice chatting with you all. And with that, they all kind of clump up together and walk past you, Carver, and start to fly. The Horned Devil picks up the 2 dretches under his arms, and they start to fly by the train tracks and fly back up that way. Unless you want to stop or have anything final words to say to them before they do.
No.
Nope.
Carver's now
Okay.
really confused.
just sit by the pool for a moment.
Yeah. Forge is quiet, and it's empty. What would you like to do?
Dorian will probably go over to the forge and start laying out the items that they need.
Okay. Yeah, and kind of also looking about this room as well. Down here in the bottom corner, there's some they look like gears here, but they're supposed to be like different molds for weapons and armors, and sure, probably a few gears are tossed in there. Shuffling through that, you do find a mold for what looks to be some sort of reliquary or plinth. I can drop a thing really quick in chat. Sorry, just trying to find the image that I liked earlier of a sockle. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-da-ba. Maybe I won't drag this image over. Anyways, it's like a little altar that you could lay somebody across, kind of a thing. But you also take out some of the gold that you have picked up, or not gold necessarily, but you can use the gold to smelt or to forge this thing. Around here, there is also a little bit of iron ingots, about 15 or so. It takes about 10 ingots to make a reliquary like you're trying to make. But you also have the gold, and collectively you have about that's as many ingots as you would need. You have that in gold. You also have the opals, and yeah.
Dorian bows to the crowd again, who's clapping. Keep following us.
Got all of that stuff together. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm assuming Dorian looks around at everyone. If we just make it from iron, kind of naffy, might not give the oomph you need.
Yeah, I think that whole saying "a heart of gold" that we were told probably means both the way we are as people, but also probably that it actually is gold. Should we collect some of this stuff? There's a whole bunch of gold at the bottom, you said.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Over there, there's a good amount of gold between nuggets and just kind of finely done dust. There is a total of 50 gold pieces worth of stuff here. In total, if I did my math right, you all should have around 75 to 100 gold pieces worth of nuggets.
I assume so.
Yeah.
I think that's about where you're at. 75 to 100 is what you need to make it. If you want it to be a little fancier, it pushes closer to the 100. If you want it to be just kind of enough to fill the mold, then you need 75 gold pieces worth.
Oh. 75 gold to save a kid's life is not a bad idea.
Puts one of the opals on it as well.
Very
Friendship.
nice.
We only have 4 opals left. Please don't.
I'm using mine
Alright.
to hopefully show you all that I am friendly.
Do you need
Alrighty.
any help, Dorian?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna need some help.
Yeah. There won't be any rolls associated with it. It just takes in-game time. Reading the book and using that as instructions, and it's pretty easy to get going. There's just a handful of levers and knobs that you're both having to twist and pull. It really seems like you need at least 2 people to be working this thing for it to be working properly. You start by pulling down a lever that starts to flood some of the pools here on either side with lava from the main lava pool, and then it starts to trickle and guide it down into this main area, creating a nice hot plate where you can put the half of the mold down and start filling it up with metal that almost instantaneously melts away. You're able then to put the second half of the mold on and fill it up through a little fill hole at the top with the rest of the ore that you're using. It's also enough, there's a handful of spots as well kind of scattered about the outside where you can put gems to have them be inlaid as well. When putting the opal into it, these mechanical arms kind of grab out at it and pull it into the mold, and you hear it kind of settle in and make a ka-chinking noise. Carver has to continue to pull levers and mess with knobs to make sure the flows of the lava is right. And after about an hour and a half, 2 hours of doing this, the hard work is done, and you just need to let it sit for another hour.
So I'm gonna get rid of all the gold nuggets in our bag. Just to start with a clean slate.
Okay.
So if we pick any up from like the pile, we can add it from that.
Very cool. Yeah, and that pile has 25 gold pieces worth of stuff there.
while it's sitting, and I'll go over and check out these metal golems over on the other side. Sort of just have a look at them, see if there's anything that's familiar about them, anything. They're under cobwebs, you said, but
Yeah, they seem like no one has paid any attention to them in hundreds of years. There's rust and cobwebs over it. There's even a few chunks of metal that have just been degraded, and they're just kind of, there's holes in it now, and you can see underlying wires peeking through. They all look like your stereotypical Warforged does in the books for what they have to look like. As far as familiarity goes, though, you can see where the inspiration for a lot of how you're built is done in these creatures. And just kind of looking at them, you get a flash of a memory into your mind of one of your right arm kind of laid palm up in front of you, and your creator has your forearm kind of opened up and seems to be tinkering around with stuff on the inside. And your creator and you are just kind of having a nice conversation about what's been going on in the day. You kind of snap back to, and again, kind of seeing some similarities in the beginnings and to what it has evolved over the years in creation. There's also a slight connection you feel with each of these. You can tell that they're alive. They're not active, but they're definitely alive. There's some sort of energy or essence within them that you can just barely sense.
I'll go up a little bit closer to the one on the right-hand side and sort of see if I've, like, if there's any, like, runes or anything written on them, and, like...
Yeah, there's a handful of runes inscribed on them. There's one on each shoulder on the top, and then there's one kind of in the center on their chest.
Just spend a bit of time looking at them just for the moment. There's Dorian. Just or yeah. These creatures, they're like me. They're alive.
And how does that make you feel?
Sad. They're just abandoned here, just left to rot. That would suck.
Well, it's not our main mission, but I'm assuming we can come back at some point and bring them with us.
Yeah.
Maybe help the kid first, and then when we're finished we can come back and get them fixed up.
Yep. Could.
Very nice. As this hour goes by, as you're waiting for the metal to cool, is there anything else that you all would like to do?
Yeah. Just at some point, I think, just out of nowhere, Jade would ask, how do you guys know if our intentions are true? If they are pure? How do we know that?
You sound a little bit like me when we first met.
Yeah, I suppose.
How to know what is good and what is bad, and apparently sometimes you know and sometimes it's not so simple to understand. I think that's what...
You know, I thought I knew. That's the point. I thought I knew. That was my whole thing. I knew what was good and what was evil. I knew what I had to fight.
And what changed?
I did.
Why?
You've heard what he said. I'm infected. But you guys... No,
That's not what he said.
no, that's exactly what he said. He said I can be prone to cause violence and I won't even have control over it. And that dream, I had that dream. The dream where I killed my sister. I had it before we were into so. And I thought that if I just hold on to my faith, I will be fine. It won't come to fruition, but it didn't do a thing. It didn't change anything. My faith didn't change anything. I still got infected. Just look,
Maybe it's a test.
I've tried to lie 2 times in a row, just in this dungeon. I never used to do that. I never used to lie. She's already in there. She's already in my mind, infecting me in small ways. Just like that devil said, I do not even notice it.
Okay, I think you may be overthinking this. I understand your concerns. Religion is nothing if not complicated. But you lied in this cave to lessen damage, to lessen fighting.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how Avandra works. I don't think that's how her scripture works.
Doesn't matter, you still did it. You still tried to lie to the devils, demons, whatever they were, the frog things. That wasn't just for a lark, that was because you wanted less of a fight.
This...
But I just feel something changing. The more I think about it, I feel myself changing, straying away from the path. How can I come back and face my sister, face this orphanage of innocent, helpless kids, knowing that I can wake up one night and start slashing left and right without even being in control of my own body?
Okay, well, one thing, those children have to learn eventually that life isn't all happy smiles and forgiving.
Yeah. And secondly, I've got a bunch of chains and a 12-foot frog tongue. I mean, we can strap you down.
Okay, I wasn't going that far, but, you know, whatever floats our boat.
But Jade,
But you guys won't not be there.
Jade, I'm confused. You've done nothing but be there for everyone, healing people, supporting people. A devil convinces you that there's something evil inside you just because this thing showed a certain thing and went red near you. But at no point in time did it say that you were evil. No point in time did it say there was any issue with you. It was just a beacon that pointed in your direction that sent them off in another direction. There's no guarantee on what this thing was. None of us really saw anything else other than a devil's voice telling me to soa. If this thing is forged and pure of heart, you've just accepted the fate straight away, and we accepted it with you. But that doesn't mean that you've done something wrong, I believe. Just the putting one and one together doesn't make sense in this case. I'm not the wisest of people, but in terms of just the numbers, you've told us in the past that basically devils are bad. He mentioned that this other devil was put under the ground by this other angel. That was the same devil that tried to kill us, that we killed. That was good. That devil was hurting these little stony creatures. I don't think it's as bad as 1 + 1 for this situation, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's not, but that's sort of the entire point. That devil, however evil might be, he can actually promise something I cannot. He can promise that he won't hurt my loved ones. I cannot promise that. So by my estimation, I'm no better than he is.
Well, in that logic, I'm no better than a feral animal. I can't promise you that once I start drinking actual blood, I won't flip out and consume the whole person. But I can promise you I'll damn well try not to.
Blaze is gonna walk in on this now and gonna stand behind Jade. And like, you have two options. You can sit here and whine about it, or you can get up and we can try and find a way to rid you of whatever is inside you cursing you. And I personally think you're a good guy.
I wouldn't wanna put you people at risk. Being near me is a risk.
We can handle ourselves.
You can't hit for shit.
I know!
That was a bit insensitive there, Dorian, but okay.
I'm just saying, I'm reaffirming that we can handle ourselves. I mean, Carver over there can take a fair few hits. Me and Blaze are in the back, shooting from afar. Even if you do, I don't know, suddenly turn demonic, it's not like we can't handle that. And personally, I don't think you will turn demonic. Still you. Even if you think something's infested inside you and becoming like a little parasite. You still have the fact that you're doubting yourself and the fact that you have free will to think, am I doing wrong, means you haven't fully turned bad. If you accidentally kill someone, and if you sit there and think, oh my god, was it a mistake, I should have done better, I trust those people more than the people go, yeah, well, I killed them, so what? Because those are the ones that scare me.
Maybe you're right. I mean, you're probably right. My mind is all over the place right now.
Maybe you feel better after we save that child.
Yeah, maybe. Let's focus on that now. Thank you, all of you.
therapy. D&D.
Yeah, oopsies, I sent the paladin down an existential crisis. Very nice. No, that was great. But as you all are having this conversation, the rest of that next hour, passing by, a little in silence, but also personal thought. Some people dipping their toes in the nice, fresh spring water. Speaking of which, you get the effects of a short rest if you interact with the water, like the other pools. And it's quiet and calm. You all sit, waiting. The hour passes by. The mold, on its own, just kind of unseals itself, and two metal arms reach out from the forge and lift the mold apart, revealing a very beautiful golden altar that little Johnny will have to be laying on at the start of the ritual. But you now have the final piece of the puzzle in your hands and in your grasp, ready to head back to Port Damali to help stop this curse from going any further. I think that's where we'll end today's session.
Very cool.
Alright, once again, no one died. Whoop, whoop.
Yeah!
So far, so good.
Oh.
Learned how to say "fuck you" in Infernal. So
Sure did.
I'm happy.
All in all, a very successful session.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, hey, very nice. I was also checking it too. Since the start of Little Johnny, in-game time that has passed has been 16 days of travel and adventure that you all have been on.
She's like months. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're trying to tell us is that we're leveling up?
You know, for the most part, well, little spoilers here, I don't plan on much really happening on the way back to Port Damali. Getting out of this dungeon, I mean, you can still explore stuff and there is still potential for things. But as far as like the main thing goes, I mean, this really is the big marker for the XP bonuses. So I mean, technically, I could give it out to you now, or we could wait till next session. But for shits and giggles, why not? Let's do it now, because it doesn't matter a whole lot either way. And we'll say during this hour of just kind of personal thought and introspection, and a little group therapy session that you're dealing with some devils, you all get a level up.
Yay.
Yay! Well, good. I hope you all enjoyed that, and I'm excited to wrap up the Little Johnny arc and to see what we end up doing next. I mean, it'll probably be next session, most likely will be the resolving of everything. And we'll get back to more RP stuff, much more than combat, since we are now done with the dungeon for the most part. Unless there's still a few things that you want to explore. But yeah.
Thank you all for a great session.
Yeah, that was really cool. That ending was fantastic. I loved it. Love the player interaction. All right, well, as long as we're all good, same time next week. And yeah.
Cool.
See you all next week.
Have a good week, everyone.
See you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye. What a cool session. long, worthwhile. Each element was really interesting. I don't know what to say. I think there was a part of like, what do you do? But Carver's sort of learnt to listen to when people are saying to stop. That's what he is at the moment. He was really torn as to what he should do. Yeah, good session. Let's see how it goes next week. All right, stay safe.